For the next 1,000 days, I'll be ruling over the world of Minecraft as different types of gods. Along my journey, I will transform into more and more powerful beings as I gain all kinds of godly powers to dominate my enemies. Will I keep my godly status, or will one of my many challengers knock me from my throne? You'll have to watch till the end to find out. On day 1, I spawned in as Baby Death in the nether. Whoa, I have a cool scythe. Haha, this is so fun to swing around. Oh, oops, sorry, Steve. After killing Steve, I noticed I had 1 soul. Whoa, with this scythe, I can instantly take the souls of people. Wait, what's this? I noticed a nether portal already built nearby, so I decided to go through. When I got through the portal, there was a village, so I decided to start collecting souls. Take that, stupid villagers! I killed so many villagers with my scythe. Nice! I got 39 souls from here. I wonder what they're used for. Suddenly, a spooky creature appeared before me.
Glad you asked. You have been chosen to collect 1,000 souls in 100 days, or you'll be sent to the void for all of eternity.
What?
I have high hopes for you. As I remember, you were pretty crazy when you were alive.
Just like that, the banshee was gone. Wait, I used to be human? For day 2, it was time to collect more souls. Perfect, it's soul snatching time. I moved quickly through the village, starting with the farmers nearby and chasing others into their homes. I ran around that entire village until I had every soul. I walked inside a house nearby to make sure I hadn't missed anyone. When I saw it was empty, I turned to leave and look for my next hunting ground when I noticed some toys in the house. Just then, I had a vision of when I was a human kid. My parents were praising me.
We're so proud of you, sweetie. You're such a creative boy.
We know you'll be such a good person one day. Mom? Dad? Wait, is that me? The vision cut to one of my parents screaming and then ended abruptly. I had no idea why they were screaming. Huh? Wait. Was that a memory of when I was alive? I looked back at the toys with some regret now. Maybe being evil isn't the answer. I left the house and decided to go meditate. I was hoping it would be more visions to appear, but instead, at night, the banshee appeared. She stormed up to me while throwing a fit.
What do you think you're doing? You're wasting precious time. Even the Grim Reaper doesn't have eternity.
You mentioned that I used to be human. I'm just trying to remember who I was.
Forget it! Your past doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is what you are now. So get going and bring me those souls.
But Before I could argue, she disappeared once again. I was frustrated, but I knew I couldn't do anything about it just yet. Day 2, and I already hate this job. Obeying the banshee, I wandered around and looked for more souls to take. Eventually, I came across a small home out in the boonies. Finally! I approached it and looked through a window. Inside, I could see a mom, dad, and a daughter, all cozy and happily sitting by a fireplace. Those are some perfect souls to take. I walked up to the door and was ready to enter, but I started to second guess myself. No, I can't do this. Not tonight. I turned around and left. The family was none the wiser to how close they came to dying that night. On day 3, I tried to be a good person, so I went to go pet a cute little pig. Hey, little piggy, let me love you. Oh no! I'm a freak. Everything I touch dies. As I moped around, I saw the banshee again, talking to what looked to be a scarecrow, so I hid and eavesdropped.
You are a failure. Behind on souls again? Remember what happens when you're behind on souls?
Please, my dude, I promise I'll have more next week. Extra even. Just don't kill me.
I shouldn't let a lowlife live if they can't even do a simple task. But I'm feeling generous today.
Thank you, sir. I mean, ma'am.
But you better start working. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a pile of ashes.
The banshee disappeared in a flash, so I approached the scarecrow.
Who's there? I'll kill you.
I could tell he was powerful. He started shooting red orbs of energy at me, but I was able to dodge most of them. Or maybe it was his bad aim. I could tell he wasn't very good at killing, and I felt bad for him. Whoa, chill out, man. I'm a friend. I also work for the Banshee.
And that makes us competitors. And ain't nobody got time for that.
Look, I'll help you meet your quota for souls, if you team up with me.
You drive a hard bargain, and it seems you're getting the better end of the deal. But sure, we can team up. I've never been on a team before.
Well, I'm glad you are now. Let's get started. Together, we went to chop down some trees so I could make a crafting bench and a wooden pickaxe. Now for some stone. I started gathering cobblestone and made a full stone tool set, as well as a new stone scythe. Now killing is gonna be even easier. Now that we were more prepared, I told the scarecrow that we needed to do some mining in the nether.
Oh, I know where the nether portal is. Follow me.
We made it to the nether portal, and it was already lit and everything.
I'm gonna continue collecting souls while in there. You know how it is. Never stop working.
Okay, good luck. Meet back together tomorrow. We went in, and I immediately started collecting materials for my future base. I traveled through a few of the nether's different biomes, and gathered things like netherrack, blackstone, and crimson wood. With my newly acquired resources, I made my way back to the overworld on day 4. I need some materials for this build. I know! I made my way to a dark oak forest and began chipping away at the bark. This almost feels as good as collecting souls. Once I collected the sufficient amount of wood, it was time to build my spooky mansion base. This seems like such a great spot. I began with the outside, using polished blackstone to build the walls, as well as crimson wood to make the foundation. Eventually, what amassed was a horrifying yet beautiful home. Phew, all in a day's work. Hey, Scarecrow? Time for bed.
Wait, I want to tell scary stories before bed. Let's sit by the fireplace.
Oh, all right.
Let me tell you the story of how I became the scarecrow. I used to be a farmer. Spooky, right? Well, on my farm, I had a scarecrow to keep my crops safe. One night, I heard an unusual noise coming from outside.
What in the world was that noise? I better go investigate.
I grabbed my gun and I went out into the fields.
If anyone's out here, I suggest you leave, now.
The noise persisted, and I made my way closer until...
Ah, you dang scarecrow. You're useless. I could do a better job than you.
Your wish is my command.
The next day, the farmer woke up and...
Wow, super spooky. Well, I'm off to bed. Good night.
See ya.
What a long day.
Don't forget to wake up early.
Ah!
Good night.
Well, now I know why he's a scarecrow. I'll get him back later. For now, sleep. In the wee hours of the morning of day 5, I was tossing and turning in my sleep. No, you can't do that. I dreamt that innocent people were being attacked and their souls taken by evil creatures. Wait, those are the wrong souls. They did nothing wrong. I woke up in a panic. A feeling of empathy washed over me as I thought about those poor people in my dream. I realized I only wanted to take the bad souls from people who deserve to die. I decided to take a walk to clear my head. It was still somewhat dark as I walked. After a while, I was startled by the sound of screaming nearby. What was that? People being attacked by zombies and mad cows. Stop, zombies! I fought the zombies and killed them all. Them out with ease.
Oh, thank you. We thought we were goners.
No problem. Stay safe out there. The people left, and I looked at the meat I had gotten from the cows. Perfect timing. I was getting kinda hungry. I happily ate the raw meat, and after that, I grew to full size, and now I had 20 hearts. Not only that, but I gained a new scythe. This looks awesome! I wonder what it can do. I tested out the scythe, and it was able to teleport me wherever I was looking. It basically had the powers of an Enderman. However, I guess I used it wrong, and it teleported me to a pillager outpost. Whoa! I wasn't expecting that. The pillagers immediately started attacking me. I tried fighting back, but without a shield, I had no way to block the tons of arrows they were shooting. When I got up to the top of the outpost, the banshee reappeared.
Look at you, so pathetic. You gained more strength and yet you're still losing.
She then killed all the villagers at once and took their souls. Thank you. Now I have 147 souls.
You think that's a reason to celebrate? You don't impress me in the slightest. I even had to help you not to get killed a second time.
The banshee flew away, and I started carefully making my way back home. On days 6 through 8, I explored more of the overworld to collect souls when I spotted something in the bottom of a valley. Ooh, a village! More souls to reap. But as I approached the village and the fog began to clear up, it became apparent that this village was completely abandoned. Everyone's gone. What happened here? All my questions were quickly answered when some undead creatures showed up. Uh-oh, skeletons. Wait, I'm a skeleton. Oh, these are strays. Using the ruined buildings as cover, I began to take out each of the strays one by one. Take that! Surprise! Ha-ha! When the dust settled, I was the only one left standing. I had gained some arrows of slowness from my fallen enemies. If I want to make use of these, I better craft myself a bow. Let's just get some string from these cobwebs, some sticks, and voila! A bow! Seeing that there were no souls left to collect, I began to leave the village. I passed by a destroyed house that called to me. As I walked through the house and into the backyard, there was an old tombstone that was barely still intact. I wonder who's buried here. Buddy, why does that sound familiar? Then it hit me. Wait a second. That was the name of my old dog. Suddenly, I had another vision of when I was a kid and got a dog for the first time. You've been such a good boy, Bronzo. We got you a dog. I love it. I'm gonna name it Buddy. I've missed you so much, buddy. I would love to have you back. Something interesting began to happen. My love for Buddy brought him back to life. Buddy! Wait, you're a skeleton!
Bronzo!
I'm so glad you're back.
Same here. It wasn't fun being down there all this time.
From days 9 and 10, I brought Buddy back to the base. So what do you like to eat these days, boy?
I have this craving for zombie flesh.
So we set out to kill even more evil zombies to gather some of their flesh. We killed a bunch of zombies and got to feasting. Here you go, buddy. Aged to perfection.
Yummy!
While Buddy was busy chowing down, I got busy building a nice little home for him where he can rest. When that was finished, I had something on my mind that I wanted to talk to Buddy about. Hey, I'm glad you like your little doghouse, but I was hoping I could ask you something.
Sure, pal. What is it?
Well, I've been thinking about how you were part of my old life, you know, when I was alive.
Yeah!
Well, what was I like exactly?
Well, my memory's a little hazy, but I do remember you being quite the silly little boy.
Silly.
You were always trying to spook people for fun. One time, you nearly gave your grandmother a heart attack.
Really? I must have been pretty good at this then. Huh. I couldn't help but wonder why I turned into a reaper. What exactly did I do?
Hey there, just checking in and seeing how that soul gathering is going. Got any recent scores?
Collecting souls. I had completely forgotten about that. I needed to quickly change the subject. Hey, buddy, wanna go mining, boy? Do ya? We need some nice armor to protect ourselves from weirdos, don't we, buddy?
Tick-tock, Reaper. The sand in the hourglass is running all the same.
Sorry, can't hear ya. Too far away. Bye. I set out with Buddy on days 11 through 13 to search for some caves. Buddy helped me look for iron and coal, and I would mine them up. We managed to gather enough coal and iron to make a full set of armor, tools, and an iron scythe. When we were done, we left the caves and decided to keep exploring. We soon came across a village where we heard a commotion. We went closer and saw two kids starting to fight. We stayed back and listened.
Ha! You got stupid glasses.
But I need them to see.
Shut up, loser. I should punch you again for that.
I had enough and decided to stop the bully. I walked up to him and shot him with an arrow of slowness. You leave that kid alone. If you don't, just the touch of my finger could make you vanish from this earth.
Ah! Stay away from me.
He ran as fast as he could while still being slowed, and I turned to the other kid.
Thanks, mister. I should go home now.
No problem. The kid ran off, and Buddy and I continued walking. We looked through the village some more and found a mother screaming.
My son! The
That man kidnapped my son! Someone please help!
That's when I noticed a pillager trying to run off with a little villager. Come back here! I ran up to them and used my scythe on the pillager, killing him in an instant. The scared little boy ran back to his mom once he was free.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Glad I could help. As we left, I could still hear the villagers talking excitedly about what I did. I'm kind of like a hero now in a way. I guess I'm a super reaper. On days 14 through 17, I decided to keep up my hero work. I continued walking happily, ready to help anyone I could find. I was so excited, I failed to notice the banshee was watching me from a distance. I wonder who could use some saving today. Right then, a fox darted out in front of me.
Oh, please help me, stranger. I'm being chased by bears. They attacked me while I was eating and they're trying to kill me.
Hey, you! Come back here!
Not so fast, you stinky furball. Take this! Hey, what gives? Why are you laughing?
The banshee said you'd be gullible, but I didn't expect you to be this dumb. Ha!
The banshee? I can't believe you've done this!
The bear was only chasing me because I stole their food, you fool. Ha!
I'm the Lord of Death, and I will not be trifled with. Ah! I killed the fox in anger, but he deserved it. He was messing with me. I can't believe the banshee would have set me up like this. I'll have to be more careful with my judgment next time. Maybe I shouldn't always be acting like a superhero. On days 18 through 21, I made it back to the base and decided it was time to do some more expanding. I started digging down and building out a basement underneath the base. Next, I finally built a bedroom for the scarecrow.
Pretty cool, dude.
Thanks. I hope you like it. I left Scarecrow to settle into his new room, and I heard some strange noises coming from behind the base. I went back there to discover a large skeleton man with a coffin on his back.
Hello? Anybody here? I seek to make a trade.
Hello, sir. If you don't mind me asking, who are you? And what are you doing here?
I am known by many names, but you can call me the Undertaker.
Oh, okay. And again, what are you doing here?
I am a traveling salesman of sorts, and I have an item for you.
Okay, well, what is it?
It is a sword known as the Flesh Eater, and it is super cool.
Whoa, sweet. How much for it?
If you want this sweet sword, you will need to go on a mission to kill the sea hag. She has been taking all of my clients' souls, and I need to stop her. But alas, I cannot swim.
Who is your client?
The Drowned King, leader of the drowned.
Okay, I'll do it. With that, I left for the sea to find the sea hag. During days 22 through 25, I traveled to the ocean, and I made a new friend.
So that's how me boat got lost in the ocean.
Interesting. I thought about killing the pirate and taking their soul, but I decided against it.
Are you still listening?
Oh, yeah, I'm listening.
So you're gonna help me defeat this sea monster or what?
I'll do it, but only if you can take me to the sea hag.
It's a good thing I know where she be.
We set sail as the pirate took me to where he last saw the beast.
Should be around here. Good luck.
I dove beneath the water, and then I realized I can still breathe. Whoa! I don't need any special equipment to breathe underwater. I guess I am a skeleton. Just then, the Eater of the Depths showed up. There you are, you ugly beast. The sea creature was immense and powerful. With every bite he took at me, I could feel it. What the? I thought being the Grim Reaper made me invincible. But luckily, I was able to overpower him. Haha! I win! I always win. I'm Bronzo Death! I then swam back up, check on the pirate.
Alrighty, well, I am a man of my word. Let's go to the hag.
We then set off towards the sea hag. On days 26 through 29, I said my goodbyes with the pirate and sailed up to the sea hag's base. I ran into a group of freaky water creatures, and I had to fight them off. What are you, some kind of fish zombies? I overpowered those creatures, and the sea hag emerged. I charged in full force until I got closer and realized I recognized her. Wait, Grandma? I had a vision of my childhood.
Oh, Bronzo, you're such a sweet little boy. Here, have some freshly baked cookies.
Yay! Thanks, Meemaw!
Awesome! Is that you?
Meemaw? I can't believe it's you! I can't kill you!
Well, I would hope not. Who sent you here?
the Undertaker. He wants you to stop stealing souls from the drowned king.
Oh, that drowned king is always making a big fuss when he can't do his own job well. The guy is bad news, Bronzo. He's the one stealing all of my potential souls.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe just try to work something out with him?
I'll try, but I doubt it.
Well, it was good seeing you, Mimu. Love you.
Wait, before you go, take these. I made them just this morning.
Yay! Grandma's cookies!
Bye, Mommy.
Okay, thanks, Muma. On days 30 through 33, I went mining for diamonds on my way home. Eventually, I found some and made myself a diamond tool set, including a diamond scythe. Fancy! Once I was finished with that, I made it back to the base and went to find the Undertaker. Hey, dude, I'm back.
Excellent. How did it go with the sea hag?
Well, I didn't kill her. Turns out she's my grandma.
Huh? What a coincidence. And a touching story nonetheless. I'm positively moved.
Great. Do I still get the flesh eater then?
No, but I've got this old thing lying around. You could have that instead.
The Undertaker handed me an electro bow and a stack of arrows. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. The bow electrifies arrows, shocking my enemies. Actually, it's pretty dope. Is there something else I could do to get the flesh eater?
Well, I suppose you could kill the Spider Queen for me.
Sweet, I can do that.
Hopefully she's not your aunt or something.
Nah, well, I don't think so. With that, we set off to find the Spider Queen. From days 34 through 37, we stopped to gather some food before making our way to the Spider Queen's lair. Sorry, little chickens, we need your meat.
Come on. We don't have much time.
We then came across an abandoned village with an abnormally large amount of webs. She must have been here already. The Spider Queen wasn't the only one here. Her little minions began attacking me.
Look out!
Take me to your leader! Yeah! We fought through all the little spiders, and I was able to one-shot most of them. Whew, that was easy. We looked around and found an open cave mouth.
She must be down in here. Let's go.
On days 38 through 41, I entered the Spider Queen's chamber, and there were cobwebs everywhere. There were even some villagers wrapped up in cocoons. Just then, the Spider Queen emerged. Boy, are you ugly. You're not my aunt or something, are you?
What? Now?
Okay, good. I leapt into battle and swung at her with my diamond scythe, and she started summoning a bunch of spider minions that swarmed around us. I started fighting them off until the Undertaker spoke up.
If you only focus on the minions, you'll never kill the queen. You have to stop the spawning at the source.
I'll try, but there's so many of them. I fought my way through the spiders and reached the queen. A few more swings at her, and I was able to take her out. After killing her, all of her minions died with her.
Thank you for your help, your deathliness. Having her out of the way will be very helpful in my business. Here is your reward.
He tossed me the Flesh Eater sword and disappeared. Bye. I took the sword and used it to cut down all the villagers who were held captive. But as I was leaving the village, the banshee appeared in front of me.
Hello there.
Oh, hey Banshee, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to say you're doing a great job so far.
Hey, thanks.
I am impressed with the number of souls you collected, despite being so selective.
Huh, thanks, I guess. With that, she flew off and I started traveling home. During days 42 to 45, I ventured back home. Boy, it's been a crazy adventure so far.
You don't say.
Ah! No. Good one.
I thought so myself.
You know what? I'll be back later. See you at home. I decided it was time to get back at him. I made my way into another cave and searched for some supplies. After mining a bit here and there, I found my way into a big cavern while slimes were spawning. Perfect. I need slime too. I fought off the slimes easily and collected a ton of slime. Gathered a bit more redstone and iron and left the cave. I went home and crafted a sticky piston, armor stand, slime block, and 2 tripwire hooks. It was was time for revenge. Time for Operation Spooktraption. Next to the doors from inside the house, I got to work setting up the redstone and the armor stand, then placed a carved pumpkin for the head, and then carefully added the string. As I finished, I could hear the scarecrow whistling to himself outside.
Hey, buddy, when did you get back?
The trap was a success, and the scarecrow jumped back in fear while I laughed. Take that! Now we're even. The scarecrow finally realized what I did and laughed as well.
I guess I'm not the only scary one. Guess I've been defeated for now.
On days 46 through 49, I decided to start a farm with the seeds I had collected. This looks good. While I was admiring the work I had done, I started thinking, if I'm going to fight the king of the drowned, I'm gonna need a trainer. But who can train me? I went to ask the Undertaker, but he refused.
I don't have the same dread powers as you. I wouldn't know where to start. But I do know someone who can teach you.
Really? Who?
There is a powerful beast who lives in the nether. Seek him out, and he will be able to help you.
The nether? Thanks, Undertaker. If I was going to survive a long stint in the nether, I was going to need to suit up with some better armor. I took Buddy with me down into the caves to mine us some diamonds. Ooh, look at those sparkles. We did it, Buddy. We returned back to the surface, and I crafted myself a diamond armor set. Now, time to go to the nether. On days 50 through 53, I returned to the nether with my newly crafted armor set. As I was traversing the nether, I came across a huge area of soul sand. Ugh, so slow. I sure hope nothing ambushes me right now. Whoop! Spoke too soon. Suddenly, a ghast rose up over a cliff, and I was only halfway through the soul sand patch. It started spitting fireballs at me. I'm hit. If I take another direct blast, I could be done for. I used some extra blocks I had mined to rise up out of the soul sand and run out quickly while dodging ghast bombs. Eventually, I made it through and was able to escape the range of the ghast. Phew, that was a close one. After that, I ended up in a crimson forest, and I was careful to avoid the toads along the way, at least until I could get healed from the last encounter. On days 54 through 57, I made it to a cave home in the nether. This must be where my new trainer lives. He came out of his house and sized me up and down. Hello, sir. I am seeking a trainer, and I was told that you are the one who can teach me.
No.
No?
No, I will not train you.
But I've come all the way here.
Not my problem.
Is there nothing I can do to convince you? He thought for a moment and then responded.
Answer this question correctly, and I shall consider it.
Okay, what's the question?
What is the worth of a single soul?
The worth of a soul. What does that mean? I thought for a while and came up with my answer. A soul is worth sacrificing everything for.
Your answer is satisfactory.
Yes!
Your instruction will begin tomorrow.
Thank you. You won't regret this. Wait, how can you tell when it's morning in the nether? He was already inside and didn't answer me. Hello? Okay. On days 58 through 61, I got up to begin my 3 days of intense training.
Okay, first, you're going to kill some pinkies.
Pinkies? They don't sound very tough. He showed me the pinkies, and they were creepy little demon creatures. I fought off a horde of them, and they were pretty tough, but I managed to kill them all off.
Good. Next, you must practice deflecting ghast attacks back at them.
You got it. I drew the attention of a ghast, so they would start shooting fireballs at me, and I started deflecting them back at them. At first, I missed a few, but then I got the hang of it, and I was deflecting them all back. Well, most of them. Actually, only a couple.
Excellent. Finally, you will learn about proper spacing. You need to keep your distance from your opponent in order to avoid being hit.
Okay, I ran into a group of piglins, and he showed me how to use my scythe to knock them back and build up block towers to get distance so they couldn't hit me.
This concludes your training. Good work. Here, take this as a reward for your hard work.
He gave me a molten scythe, which allowed me to set my enemies on fire and looked super cool. Awesome! Thank you for teaching me, sir.
One more thing before you go. If you're looking for souls, the piglin boss hoards most of them down here in this realm. If you kill him, you'd be doing the Nether a great service.
Maybe, but right now it's not the time. I have some important things to attend to, like making sure everyone watching this video has liked it, left a comment saying what mob they want to see me be next, as well as pushing that subscribe button and hitting that bell so they never miss a Bronzo video. With that, we said our goodbyes, and I headed back to the portal to the overworld. During days 62 through 65, I returned back to the overworld, but when I looked around, nothing was the same. What the heck? Is this another vision? I walked into my old home and saw my parents talking in the kitchen. Something was wrong.
We can't tell him.
You're right. It would shatter his world if he found out we were dying from this disease. What? They hid that from me? Suddenly, I was transported into another memory. The funeral. I remember this. Who is that next to me?
It's okay, my love. Things will get better with time.
My love? Did I have a wife? Who is she? Suddenly, I was back at the entrance to the portal. I must keep learning about myself as I collect more souls. It was time to pay the King of the Drowned a visit with my newfound strength. Days 66 through 70 began with me having to cross a desert. On the other side of it would be the ocean domain of the Drowned King. This reminds me of when I was a camel for 100 days. But boy, it sure is hot here. Thank Notch there's no thirst mechanic. As I passed through a field of cactus, one of them came to life and began attacking me. Ah, what the? It was a cactus tyrant. I had to fight back as he shot cactus spines at me and tried to give me prickly cactus hugs. No thanks, I don't want your spiky PDA. I defeated the cactus tyrant and finally made my way to the shore. Time to dive in. I jumped in the water and began to explore the warm ocean. As I looked for the Drowned King's base, I ran into a group of drowned at a shipwreck. I must be getting closer. I proceeded to kill the drowned and carried on with my search until I could see something in the distance. I entered an underwater dome that had an air pocket for days 71 to 74. Well. So you're the one who has been stealing all these souls.
That's right. The strong take from the weak. That's how it has always been, and that is how it shall remain.
Nuh-uh. The water elemental threw a trident at me and used his bubble powers. He fought me with both projectiles, making it difficult to dodge his attacks. I moved as fast as I could to avoid getting hit, but it was no use.
All souls you collected will be mine once you fall.
No, I won't let you take them. I was able to hit him quite a few times from a distance with my flesh eater. However, my molten scythe was gonna do nothing to him since we were surrounded by water. And as the battle progressed, that's when he started absolutely wailing on me. Ugh, I won't give up. I kept on fighting and managed to get enough hits to take down the awful king. Ha! Looks like the only souls being taken today are yours. I got back to the base on days 75 through 78, ready to celebrate my victory. The Scarecrow and Buddy greeted me when I returned and congratulated me.
That's great news.
Good job, Bronzo.
The three of us then decided to add some more extensions to the base. With the Scarecrow and Buddy's help, we made a dining area downstairs. We were all feeling happy, but then the banshee appeared.
I see you're as worthless as ever, Scarecrow. Here you are, doing pointless things and not gathering a single soul for me. I'm sending you to the void for this.
Wait, don't do that. I'll help him gather more souls if you spare him.
Very well, but you better make it fast.
The banshee disappeared, and we all sighed in relief.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, come on. We better hurry before she gets back. We left to gather more souls. I took the souls of several zombies, but noticed that the Scarecrow still hadn't gotten any. He was just standing there. Hey man, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid to take a life, especially after what happened last time.
Oh, I see. I thought for a moment before making a decision. I walked up and gave some of my souls to the Scarecrow. My soul meter went down as he looked shocked at me.
What? Why would you do that for me, Bronzo?
Because you're my friend, and that's what friends are for, right?
I guess so. Thanks, friend.
As we were talking, the banshee appeared again in front of us.
You have quite a few souls now. Good. You're saved from the void. This time.
She vanished, and we finally got to rest back at the base. Days 79 through 82 started with me having another vision. I saw my past self with my wife again. I really got you that one time, Mercedes.
You and your jump scares.
Oh, we look so happy. But what happened to her? I wonder if she's okay. The vision changed, and I noticed my wife was coughing badly. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry, sweetie.
The vision fast-forwarded to her being bedridden. Be honest, Doc. How does it look?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but she doesn't have much longer to live. There are treatments we can give her, but they'll cost you a pretty penny.
But we don't have that kind of money.
I understand, but sadly, there's nothing we can do otherwise. I'll leave you two alone now to talk.
The doctor left, and I could see my past self looking defeated. The defeat quickly changed to determination, though. No, I'll find a way to get that money. She's too important. My past self took out his phone and started contacting friends to help him steal money, seeing as he needed it so quickly. That's where the vision ended, and I was back in my room again. The new vision left me with even more questions. But what happened? Did I make it on time? Is she still alive? As I thought of everything that could have happened, I drifted off to sleep once more. On days 83 through 86, I went in search of more souls. After walking for a bit, I found a nearby cave that was said to be active with zombies. Upon entering, I was immediately charged by the zombies. Luckily, they were slow. I began striking them down, one after another. This is a walk in the park. Under the dying breath of one of the fallen zombies, it whispered to me,
Bronzo!
Huh? How did he know my name? At a sudden realization, this cave began to feel more and more familiar. It couldn't be. These were my friends. Suddenly, the banshee appeared from behind me.
I see you've been busy. Have you finally recognized where you are? This place is the very reason you are the way that you are.
Huh? I did this to all of them? Did you orchestrate all of this? This was all your doing. Before I could finish, she had already disappeared. At the beginning of days 87 to 90, I started off with another vision. My friends and I had gathered together in a search of a way to gain more money. We had found a heap of treasure deep inside of a cave. It was filled to the brim with gems, armor, and golden apples. Altogether, we took a bite of what we'd soon realize would be the death of us. One by one, my friends began dropping to the floor. I started to feel woozy. The world around me spun as if I was set on a carousel. Ugh, no, not now. This can't be where it ends. Stumbling out of the cave, I hobbled home as fast as I could. I can make it. Only a couple more steps. Before I knew it, I was on the ground. I screamed for my wife, but my words were inaudible. I could see her from the window directly outside of our house. In my time of desperation, the banshee appeared.
Oh, you poor soul. It seems that your time is only dwindling down to mere seconds. Do you have any last words?
Please, I can't end like this. Let my wife live. I'll do anything.
Anything, you say?
I'll make a deal with you. Take my life for all of eternity and extend hers.
We have a deal. However, you must collect 1,000 souls for me. If you fail to do so, then the deal is off.
Fine. Days 91 through 93 left me with a wave of emotions. Now that I finally knew the truth, I was confused. And just as I was contemplating what to do, the banshee appeared again.
Ah, so you figured it out. Finally. Good.
Why couldn't you have told me all of this? If I'd known from the start, then I could have saved so much time.
Was that part of our deal? No, it wasn't. It was your job to remember. Again, not mine to tell you.
Ugh, whatever. I just want to see my wife again. Tell me where she is.
Oh, no. You aren't allowed to do that yet. Not until you've gotten me the last souls you promised.
Oh yeah? What's stopping me from just finding her myself?
Have you forgotten what power I hold? I'm the one who extended her life. I can take it away just as easily and send you to the void on top of that. If you want to avoid that, then get me those souls.
Fine. I'll do it! I went off angrily and gathered souls from various creatures in a hurry. I took on imps, mummies, man, those guys were gross, and some sectoid workers, to name a few. After a long and exhausting day of collecting souls, I realized I was still a few hundred off. Seriously, all that work and I'm still not even close. Luckily, I remembered the piglin boss I heard about and decided to head back to the nether. I made my way through the nether on days 94 through 96. As I went, I gathered more souls and killed any red nether sporlings I came across. After searching and killing for a while, I finally stopped and asked the last living sporling in front of me for directions. You, Spore, can you tell me where the piglin boss is?
Oh, it's up ahead in the Bastion Remnant with the gold wall. It's pretty big, you can't miss it.
Thanks, bye now. Haha, loser. I followed the directions from the sporling and made it to a large bastion with a huge gold wall built into it. Yep, this definitely looks like the place. I walked inside and found the Undertaker talking to the piglin boss. Undertaker?
You think I'm stupid? I know what you're doing. You can't dethrone the king of the nether.
Some business, but I could use your help closing the deal, if you know what I mean.
I see. I'll be happy to help you close the deal. Wink, wink.
You think I'm stupid? I know what you're doing. You can't dethrone the king of the nether.
We charged forward at the piglin boss, but I dodged his attacks. Get him! The fight was difficult. The piglin boss actually had Enderman powers, as well as a powerful punch. But ultimately, he was no match for me and the Undertaker. We had won our battle with the king of the nether.
Good job, Bronzo. You came at the perfect time. I would have died again if you hadn't.
No problem. I'm glad I got here on time. With the piglin boss defeated, I had gained a lot more souls. I'm only one away now. It was then that I became very curious about something I had noticed. Oh, hey, out of curiosity, who are you carrying in that coffin?
Oh, this? Very ironic, actually. Check it out.
I jumped as a body fell out and landed with a thump. What the? That's me! I was dumbfounded as the Undertaker put my body back.
I know, pretty crazy, right? Well, I'm off to bury you in peace. Good luck out there.
Okay. I'll see you later, Undertaker. Thanks for the help. Thoroughly creeped out, I made my way back to the nether portal once again. On days 97 through 98, I had finally arrived back at the overworld. It was almost over, and I was more than excited to be done with it all. While I was still at the portal, the scarecrow frantically approached me.
Bronzo, I need more souls, please. I'm at the end of my rope.
I'm sorry, Scarecrow. I'm so close to gathering all the souls I need. I just need one more. In the midst of our conversation, the banshee flew in.
It is time, Scarecrow. Present the souls you've promised me.
I don't have them.
Then this will be the end of you.
Wait, there has to be another way. Black flames surrounded the scarecrow, and his pumpkin head began to fade away, showing his true face. He had turned back into his original self, and the flames around him disappeared.
I'm me again.
Begone! I never want to see you again!
The banshee had lifted Scarecrow's curse and made the farmer vanish, but it all came at a price. The banshee turned to me with a grin spread wide across her face. Thank you for showing him mercy.
At the cost of this good deed, you must bring me 500 souls, or he'll never live the same again.
The banshee had flown off, and I was frozen in place, shocked by the amount that was demanded. I was already so close to my goal, but now it's so far away. How am I supposed to get 500 souls within the next 2 days? What do I do? It was already day 99, and all I could do was think of how I could get a hold of all of those souls within 1 day. This is madness! How am I supposed to gather that many souls in just a single day? Just then, I saw another vision. I was back with my parents during the time I had hurt myself while playing outside. Ouch!
What happened, honey?
Everything okay? I was running and I tripped. It hurts real bad. Don't worry, son. Falling down is half the battle.
Getting up is the hardest part.
You'll figure it out. You always do. Always do. The vision had ended, and I had come back to reality with a new course of action. That's it. I have a plan. Thanks, Dad. Day 100 finally came. I decided to sit in a nice open field and wait for my time to run out. And right on cue, the banshee returned.
Your time is running out, Bronzo.
I'm still missing a bunch of souls. I'd need someone or something worth thousands of them if I plan to make it.
You better get to it then. What are you waiting for, you imbecile?
Actually, my answer is right in front of me. I stood and took out my scythe. The banshee seemed amused by this.
You're mad. Do you really think you can kill me? Well, bring it on, bonehead.
I focused every bit of my anger and frustration I had into fighting the banshee. She repeatedly swooped towards me, slashing at me, and flying up when I tried to hit her.
Oh, you'll have to do better than that.
Flames shot from her hands as I was dodging. She started to spit poison at me. Ugh, gross! Take that! I shot her with my electric arrows and wither skulls and finally got a hit. She screamed and continued her attacks, but the projectiles were too much for her.
No! You can't take my souls! You can't!
Was that part of our deal? No, it wasn't. With one final shot, the banshee died and disappeared for the last time. After defeating her, I suddenly felt a surge of holy light, and I was teleported away. When I reappeared, I was a tiny little demigod. While I was wandering around, learning my surroundings, a villager spotted me. The villager wanted me out of the town and got the iron golem to try to kick me out. Oh, please don't hurt me, big guy. I started running away when my speed increased. What's happening? Why am I so fast? And I can jump super high. I was now wearing Hermes wings. This was now giving me a speed and jump boost. Where did I get these boots from? After running for a while, I found an abandoned castle. I can rest and hide here for the night. Little did I know that this tower was not fully abandoned, and I was attacked by spiders. Oh no, please don't bite me. I'm a god among men. I didn't have any weapons, so I had to run away. I need a better place to hide for the night. I came to a house in the middle of nowhere. Hello? Anyone home? No one was there, so I stayed inside for the night, hiding from the mobs, since I didn't yet know how to protect myself. For day 2, I started cutting down trees and mining stones to make some tools, like an axe, sword, and pickaxe. Ooh, I'm so hungry. I have to find food quickly. Luckily, I had found chickens roaming the land. I used my sword to kill a few of them and gather their meat. With the stone I acquired, I made a few furnaces as well. I better cook this meat so I don't get sick. I went back to the house I found earlier, but it turns out someone was already living there. The villager was not happy with me staying at their house and tried to kick me out. The villager charged at me, but luckily I stopped them with music. Take this! Wait, what? Apollo's lure? I can use this to paralyze anyone who tries to attack me. I kept using Apollo's lure to paralyze the villager over and over again. You're not touching me, you stinky old villager. After a few hours, I realized that this was wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. I should be a kind god, not one who tortures his followers. I will stop this foolishness. Even when I stopped, the poor villager was still afraid of me and ran away. Wait, no, come back. Oh man, I'm sorry. On day 3, I noticed that my hunger bar was going down. I guess even gods need to eat. I headed back to the village from earlier, trying not to be noticed, and I stole their vegetables. Ooh, this hits the spot. And just like that, I grew full-sized. Heck yeah! And I have 20 hearts now. However, my celebration was cut short when the iron golem attacked me. I fought back with my stone sword and blocked up to dodge his attacks. But just then, my sword turned into a gauntlet of some sorts. The golden fleece? This looks awesome! I used it to defeat the golem, leaving the villagers unprotected and scared of me. I only kill those who oppose me and those who do not worship me. If you change your ways, you will be spared, and I will give you a full, prosperous life. The villager seemed skeptical, so I spawned in a compost, turning him into a farmer. The villager thanked me for giving his life purpose, and they wanted to repay me. How about a place to stay for the night? The villager took me to a hut with a bed and left me to get some rest for the night. For days 4 and 5, I woke up to the sound of villagers screaming. I have to help them. There was a huge red figure with strange purple hooks and a huge helmet glowing red from the inside.
Back to the ground, you insignificant worms.
I tried to stop the fires, and all of a sudden, I was holding Poseidon's trident. How does this work? I threw the trident and a large amount of water spawned on top of it. Okay, now everything is flooding. Great. I couldn't help but wonder where all my powers were coming from, and I wasn't the only one who was asking this question.
Curious. You have the power of the oceans, just like my uncle. I will need to converse with my father about you, little demigod.
They then left the village, forcing me to help the villagers rebuild what was damaged.
Huh?
You're welcome. I'm here to protect you, as long as you continue praising me and doing my bidding. The villagers were grateful for me, and I was feeling more and more power being given to me through their faith. I went mining for iron to make some iron tools and armor for protection. I'll make an iron pickaxe and sword. I even have enough to make myself an iron armor set. This will protect me from those spiders. I needed to learn more about my powers. It seemed like they only showed up when I needed them most, not when I wanted them. It's time to figure out how to control my abilities. While I was pacing in a field, I saw a 3-headed snake in the distance. Whoa, a hydra! This is the perfect time to test out my new powers and defeat it! I went straight for the hydra in hopes of using my newfound powers to take him down. I'm going straight for its heads. As I began to fight the hydra, I soon came to realize that I was no match for this beast. It was way stronger than me. Okay, nope, the hydra is overpowering me. Even my godly gifts can't destroy this snake. I tried to use my stunning ability and tried it, but I had to run away. They just weren't working. I'll be back for you someday. I returned to the village to catch up on some rest, but when I got there, the villagers had a gift for me. They had made me a garden filled with flowers and a fountain, all dedicated to me. Wait, what's this? You guys put a sign right here. It says, subscribe to Bronzo. That's a great idea, because only 13% of our viewers are actually subscribed to the channel. So if you aren't subscribed already, what are you waiting for? Subscribe now and turn on notifications. After a long day of mining and battling, I needed to finally go to sleep and rest. What a wild couple of days. This sleep is gonna feel so good. I had a long dream that lasted all of day 9, and I was in the presence of Zeus.
Hello, my son. Welcome to Olympus.
Wait, you're my father? What a shocker. You're like everyone's father. I asked him if he knew about the giant red guy that was burning down my village. Was that Hades? Destroying villages sounds like something he would do.
Hades? No. My brother is not an evil guy. Just because he's god of the dead doesn't mean he wants people dead. Don't believe everything Disney tells you.
So who was that then?
That was your half-brother, Ares, the god of war.
Was that village at war with another village?
No. Ares brings violence everywhere he goes, trying to spread war and famine.
I have to stop him, but I need to grow my powers first.
That is correct, my boy, and you can do it, for you are Bronzo, god of mining.
But how can I stop such a powerful god?
Harness my powers, find my lightning bolt. That will be your first step.
But where do I find it? Zeus started to fade away as I awoke up from my deep sleep. Now I knew what I must do. Find the lightning bolt and destroy Ares to save the world from his torment. For days 10 to 12, I began to search for Zeus's lightning bolt so that I could defeat Ares. Where could Zeus's power be? I better start looking. As I was searching for Zeus's abilities, I ran into some creepers who were not happy. They're chasing me! I gotta fight them off! Some of the creepers exploded while I was fighting them. Actually, most of them exploded. You creepers are no match for a god like me! Whew, that was a close one. I wonder who or what lies within these trees. I better start exploring. As I began trekking the jungle, I ran into some of the locals. They called themselves the Mandragora. Hey little guys, what are you up to?
A giant! Please, do not hurt us!
I'm not gonna hurt you guys. I only hurt people who oppose me.
Thank you. What is your name? We are Mandragora.
My name is Bronzo, god of mining.
Is there any way you can help us, Bronzo? Our goddess's pomegranate is missing.
What's in it for me? I'm on a mission myself at the moment.
Goddess Pomegranate may be able to help you in your quest to rescue her.
Okay, fair trade. I'll help you find the goddess's pomegranate. I went onward to look for the Mandragora's goddess. Maybe she can help me find Zeus's lightning. I better start searching through this jungle. Where would a goddess be in here? I looked all over the place, but no sign of goddess's pomegranate. Instead, I ran into something else. Whoa, is that a hippogriff? It is! As I got closer, I noticed the hippogriff wing was broken. I had to help it. Hey buddy, are you okay? Would you like to come with me? I can help you. I'm a god. Great, come on, let's go. I'm looking for a goddess whose name is Pomegranate, I think. Okay, let's go on an adventure. We set out to look for the pixies, who might know where the pomegranate is. Hey, you need a name. How about Happy? Happy the Hippogriff. On days 13 through 15, we were able to discover the pixies' base. Oh, this must be it. As I approached the base, the pixies didn't seem happy to see me. The pixie attacked and started firing explosives at me. Whoa, is that the pomegranate? It looked like the explosives were coming from the pomegranate. They were strong, but as we were fighting, Athena's shield popped into my inventory. This should do the trick. With Athena's shield, I blocked the pixies' fiery attacks and killed them all. Yes, get wrecked. Once the pixies were killed, I gathered up all their pixie dust and scooped up Hera's pomegranate. You can use the pixie dust to float. Here, Happy, now you can fly again. Next, we began the journey back to the Mandragora's base. Between days 16 and 19, I returned to the village of the Mandragoras with Hera's pomegranate in hand. But when I finally got there, the village was on fire. Oh no, not again! I searched through the smoldering rubble looking for any survivors. Come on, there has to be somebody. I turned to the familiar sight of burning and destruction. I was face to face with the god of war, Ares.
I've been waiting for you, Bronzo.
You did this. Why?
To get your attention. You are but a fledgling god. The gods of Olympus sit upon thrones of lies. Their domains are rife with deceit and corruption.
None of what he was saying made any sense. Deceit and corruption? What are you talking about? Why would the gods do that?
Because gods are selfish. Look upon how I have ravaged this land. Not a finger was lifted by your gods. Since you are my kin, I implore you to join me in my war against the gods.
I don't believe you. There has to be more to this. I refuse to join Ares in his campaign of conquest.
I will be victorious with or without you. Standing in my way will only result in more misery.
He finished by saying he would give me time to think about his offer, and then disappeared in a huge flash of light. He's lost his mind. I returned to the original village I was making my home at. When I arrived, the villagers offered to make me a castle. That seems like a huge undertaking. The villagers had all the manpower needed, but lacked the stone to build it up. I can get the stone if you want. Before I knew it, I was descending deep into the bowels of the earth. My trip was going great until I saw, is that a Gorgon? Oh no. The Gorgon whipped its head around. Her mane of snakes writhed and hissed as she drew closer. Don't look into her eyes. Don't look into her eyes. As long as I can avoid that, I'll be fine, right? Suddenly, a villager had apparently followed me into the caverns below. His gaze met the Gorgon's, and his body was instantly petrified. No! There's absolutely no way I can deal with this right now, but I'll be back. With that encounter behind me, I returned to the surface and brought the loads of stone I collected to the villagers. This should be enough, right? On days 20 through 22, I started to help the villagers build a castle using all the stone that I had gathered. We built massive walls, tall spires, and even a grand throne room for me to rule from. I also put stained glass to give it a really cool sun effect. Wow, this is amazing! I sat down on my new throne made of gold, and it felt perfect. Building this castle was such a great idea. The villagers worked up an appetite building the castle, so I decided to go searching for some livestock. Thankfully, I was able to find some cows, pigs, and even chickens. Welcome home, everyone. We started to take care of the animals and breed them, but it became painfully clear that the villagers had no idea what they were doing. I guess we have some work to do. I taught the villagers about farming. Thankfully, they were fast learners. After some lessons on breeding, killing, and cooking the animals, the villagers gathered enough food to throw a large feast. While we were eating, Happy kept reminding me that we desperately needed to find Zeus's lightning bolt. For days 23 through 27, I continued my search for Zeus's lightning bolt. Maybe I should check the ocean for answers. Poseidon might be some help. I need to make a boat so that I'll be safe on the water. Luckily, I have all the material for one. As I set sail, I quickly ran into some of the ocean dwellers, who might be able to help me. Hey, what are you doing out here? The ocean is a dangerous place.
For you, maybe. But for me, this is my home. I'm a siren.
I'm in no danger. I'm a god, you see, the most powerful being in all the lands.
You remind me of Poseidon. He was a great god.
Was? What happened to him? The siren told me Poseidon has been missing for hundreds of years, ever since Ares destroyed Atlantis and sunk it even further into the ocean floor. I have to look for him so he can help me, but I'll drown if I go under the ocean water.
You are a god. You know that you're capable of breathing underwater, right?
I am a god. I gotta try and see for myself. I jumped off the island and went beneath the water to see if I could breathe, and it worked. I can really breathe in the ocean depths. I better start looking for Poseidon. As I swam in the dark depths of the ocean, I ran into some drowned. Oh no, drowned are up ahead. As I battled, I noticed Apollo's lyre worked even better in the ocean waters, but the pomegranate would just float down. I should use my shield. Just then, lightning struck. It seemed Athena's shield harnessed some of her father's power, but only for protection. You guys are no match for my abilities. I'm a god. I was able to fend off all the drowned and continue my search for Poseidon's army. On days 28 through 32, I stumbled across a coral reef, and it was completely surrounded by hippocampuses. Whoa, they're everywhere! As I was searching through the coral reef, one of them spotted me. As they began to charge me, I whipped out my trident, and they immediately stopped.
Do my eyeballs deceive me? It's the almighty Poseidon!
Oh, no. He's my uncle. I'm actually looking for him, though. Do you guys know where he might be? The hippocampuses explained that only the Elder Guardians would know where he may be. Thanks for the help.
Don't mention it, kid.
I left the coral reef and set out to find an ocean monument. Thankfully, it didn't take long, and I found one pretty quickly. Sweet, that wasn't hard, and was immediately struck with mining fatigue. What the heck? It was the Elder Guardians, and I tried to fight them off and even reason with them, but they wouldn't budge. Please, I just need some help. I tried to defeat them the old-fashioned way, but my hits weren't effective. I desperately needed milk to ward off their effects, but I was losing focus and couldn't control my powers to conjure some. Oh no, I gotta get out of here! I fled the ocean monument and started to head back home to get some milk. On days 33 through 36, I arrived back home at the base, and the villagers were ecstatic to see me. Is it a statue of me? The villager was sad that I guessed it right, but we're still super excited to build a statue in my honor. So I found some sheep in a field near the castle and brought them home for the villagers. Welcome to your new home, guys. Just then, a villager did something I didn't know was possible. Oh boy. After gathering sheep for the villagers, I decided it was time to go mining to upgrade my tools. I scoured the mine for diamonds and was able to find enough to craft a diamond pickaxe and sword. These are perfect. As I was making my way to the exit, I happened across a group of angry trolls.
Boy, where do you think you're going, puny god?
The trolls lunged at me, using their numbers to try and overpower me. They were not the smartest fighters I'd come across, and I killed them with ease. Take that, stupid trolls. As the last troll died, he dropped an item I hadn't seen before. Whoa! Power gloves! I equipped the gloves, making my attacks more powerful while I was wearing them. These are awesome! When I arrived back at the base, I used some of the iron I gathered to make buckets and milked the cows. The ocean guardians won't know what hit them. After collecting enough milk, I stopped by the villagers' building project to see how it was coming along. Wow, you guys build fast! The villagers had already finished a good portion of the legs of the statue, and it looked great! I can't wait to see when it's finished. On days 37 to 39, I made the trek back to the ocean monument. As I arrived, I was immediately greeted by 3 ocean guardians. I attacked them with my new power gloves. I was far more powerful this time. I easily killed 2 of the ocean guardians, and the last one surrendered. Tell me what you know about Poseidon. The Ocean Guardian told me that Poseidon had locked himself away in a deep ravine guarded by sea monsters. They gave me a map that pointed towards where Poseidon should be. Thanks, and sorry for killing your family. I left the Ocean Monument, following the map to the ravine that the Ocean Guardian spoke about. That should be it, but there's so many monsters! The entrance to the ravine was absolutely swarmed. I tried to kill as many as I could, but there were far too many.
Don't worry, I'll help.
The hippocampus from earlier showed up to help me fight. Together, we killed them all. Thank you for helping me, man.
No problem. I've waited all my life to meet Poseidon. It's a dream come true.
Just then, a rogue sea monster snuck up on us and killed the hippocampus in one hit. No! I avenged the hippocampus's death and then began the descent into the ravine, hoping Poseidon was there and the hippocampus didn't die in vain. On days 40 through 43, I finally found Poseidon's lair, deep in a ravine beneath the waves. What is this place? It's so dark and humid.
Who goes there? Reveal yourself at once.
Wait, don't attack me. I'm a god just like you. My name is Bronzo.
Bronzo? There's no such god. Prepare to feel the wrath of Poseidon.
I don't want to fight. I need your help to defeat Ares. He's burning down innocent villages. Someone has to stop him.
And what of it? This world was made for the taking. It is the right for gods like us to rule these lands to conquer the weak.
If you agree with him, why don't you fight by his side?
His battles are none of my business, and you should do the same. Now go before I change my mind.
I learned that Poseidon was going to be no help in taking down Ares. Maybe I could change his mind if I show him his own trident. Wait, before I leave, I want you to look at this. It's your trident. I acquired it when I was in grave danger. Please, you must know someone else who can aid me in my quest.
Go forth and seek Hades, ruler of the underworld. He may be of great knowledge on how to defeat Ares. Good luck.
As I was about to leave, the ceiling of Poseidon's lair exploded and water rushed in. Oh no, the roof! This place is gonna flood! As the hole in the roof got larger, Ares entered and struck Poseidon with a swift blow. No! Ares, you're a monster! You'll pay for this!
This is but a mere warning, Bronzo. Do not get in my way, or there will be more lives taken just like Poseidon's. More dead gods. Soon, the third brother will be taken down.
I began swimming up in a panic. Ares had gone mad. Third brother, Hades. I won't let you take any more innocent lives, Ares. Just you see. I returned home, and between days 44 and 49, the villagers gave me some bad news. What is it? They told me the Gorgon from the underground was going crazy and petrifying every single miner that ventured into the caverns below. Though I am a god, I can also still be petrified. The villager handed me a blindfold to help me avert my gaze from the Gorgon. I told them that they needn't worry about it anymore and ventured down into the Gorgon's caverns. Oh! I heard the familiar sound of hissing snakes and the slithering of scales across the rough stone floor. So I put on the bandana and charged the monstrous creature. Hey you! Take this! I tossed Hera's pomegranate in the Gorgon's general direction, but couldn't tell if it hit or not. Jeez, I could barely see with this thing on. She could poison me and was trying to turn me into stone with her glowing green eyes. However, in the heat of battle, I unlocked a new item. Whoa, Artemis's bow. But how am I supposed to shoot what I can't see? I took a deep breath and listened to the sound around me. As I became more in tune with my surroundings, I started landing hits on the Gorgon. Yes, it's working! My last arrow from Artemis's bow embodied itself in the Gorgon, eliciting her death throes. I won! Yes! I removed the blindfold and picked up the head of the Gorgon as a trophy.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Turns out she was guarding some diamonds, which I happily mined and made into a helmet. When I returned with the head, the villagers were so grateful, but I also wanted to test out the head's power. Maybe this thing still works. Hey cow, come here. Okay, it does still work. Sorry about your cow, dude. The villagers gifted me by continuing construction on the statue, finishing up the torso, really bringing out my toned abs. On days 50 through 53, Happy and I had to get serious about visiting the underworld and searching for Hades. Shh, just pretend! We needed some obsidian to build a portal, so we hit the mines. Jackpot! Luckily, we were able to find plenty of obsidian and brought it back to the surface without issue. Happy, you should stay here. We need someone to watch over the base, and I don't want you to get hurt again. With Happy agreeing to stay behind, I assembled the portal, lit it, and entered the underworld. I made it! Time to find Hades. As I began to explore the underworld, I suddenly conjured up Hades' Serbius staff into my hands. Whoa, what does this do? The staff shot out some bubble-like beam, but it didn't seem to do anything, as much as I would try, so I just kept it in my inventory and continued searching for Hades. In the distance, I saw a fortress. I decided to see if any of the locals may know where Hades is, so I approached some blazes, and they did not seem happy to see me. I just want to talk to Hades! The blazes had no interest in talking, and neither did the wither skeletons, so I had to kill them all and defend myself and continued on the hunt for Hades. On days 54 through 58, I finally found Hades. Hades, I've been looking for you. Ares is coming to try and kill you. I explained the situation to Hades, and he seemed confident.
We have much to discuss, Bronzo.
Hades then explained the reason why his staff wasn't working for me.
That staff you are holding instantly banishes mobs to the underworld. Since you are already here, its powers are mute. Do not use it too often, though, as it has a chance of banishing you as well.
I'll be careful with it, I promise.
Now, let's discuss Zeus's lightning bolt.
Hades explained that the bolt was being guarded by a powerful dragon in their lair, and I'd have to defeat them to retrieve it. As he was explaining, though, we had an unwanted visitor.
Why, hello there, Ares. We've been expecting you.
Well, I hope I didn't keep you waiting for too long.
Suddenly, Ares lunged at Hades. They started scuffing, and I joined in to help. Ares was way too powerful to fight. He did so much damage and could really take a hit. I had an idea, though. I whipped out the Gorgon's head and tried to get Ares' attention. Hey, Ares, you big smelly nerd. Look over here. As Ares turned to face me, I used the Gorgon's head to turn him into stone.
Well done, Bronzo.
Is it over?
I'm afraid not. The Gorgon's petrifying gaze won't last for long.
Hades used his power to send Ares back to the overworld for the time being. Thanks for everything, Hades. You know, for the god of the underworld, you're a pretty chill guy.
Thank you, Bronzo. Before you leave, take this. It should help you upgrade your tools.
Hades gave me Hephaestus' anvil, which I stashed away for later, and then began my journey through the nether back home. From days 59 to 62, I journeyed back home and took my new staff for a spin. Let's try it on some hostile mobs. With one fell swoop, the zombies and skeletons were dragged down into the underworld. Awesome! The next morning, one of the villagers approached me. They wanted me to build a temple, but lacked the materials needed for concrete. Since I am a benevolent god, I can get those materials for you. I dug up sand and went underground for gravel. And when I came back to the base, I encountered some skeletons in the field. Oh, they're so far away. And there's no way I can get closer without being pelted with a volley of arrows. Just then, the crimson black keys of proximity projection showed up in my hands. It's a set of daggers that don't do that much damage on their own, but they have a special ability. I can teleport. This thing is awesome. With the crimson keys, I swiftly dealt with all the skeletons. I collected their bones and broke them down for the white dye required to craft white concrete powder. The blacksmith had a solidifier chamber. This allowed him to turn the powder into a solid concrete. Thanks, broski. With the building materials all gathered, the villagers constructed a temple in my honor. I loved it so much that I gifted them with a bountiful feast. On days 63 through 66, I used Hephaestus' anvil to upgrade all my godly tools. Whoa, this is awesome! That dragon won't stand a chance! As I was about to head out to hunt down Zeus's lightning bolt, I was stopped by a frantic villager. Happy tried to convince me to continue my journey, but I couldn't. I had to help my followers. Don't worry, little guy. I'm on the case. I began to follow the villagers' directions to where the Cyclops cave was, but as I was searching for it, Zeus appeared before me.
Bronzo, do not fight the Cyclops yet. You are not ready.
But Dad, I have to try. I can't just let those villagers die.
I see. Entering your rebellious teen years, aren't you?
It's not a phase, Dad. It's my job as their god.
Well, if you insist, then here, take this.
Zeus gave me Aphrodite's golden apple.
Good luck, Bronzo. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Zeus then disappeared, and I continued searching for the Cyclops' lair. As I was exploring, though, I ran into a pack of death worms, and they attacked me. Stay back, you gross worms! Thankfully, my upgraded weapons made it super easy to kill them, and I continued on with my search. I had to find the Cyclops' hideout, so on days 67 through 70, that's what I did. This must be it. Look at how big the structure is. With my new upgrades, I had to prove to Zeus that he was wrong. Come fight me, you one-eyed freak.
Hey man, why you gotta make fun of my eye? That's kinda mean. I'll make you pay for that.
My gifts were not working as well as I was hoping, though. Come on, I can't lose now. I've come so far. Using Hades' staff was not an option here. If I did, it would send all my loyal villagers to the underworld along with the Cyclops. Just drop already. You're no match for a god, no matter how big you are. I was taking a lot of damage, but luckily, I ate Aphrodite's apple to heal me back up, and it gave me resistance. Yes! Try to hit me now, you big idiot! Even with the resistance, the battle still continued. This thing just wouldn't die. Eventually, my resistance wore off, and I thought I was Cyclops Chow until I unlocked a mystical staff. Whoa, what is this? A new godly weapon! Take this, you oversized baby! As I used the mystic staff, I obliterated the Cyclops. This staff was indeed godlike. The Cyclops is no more, my fellow villagers. Let us rejoice. The villagers were both thankful and afraid of what they had just witnessed. Come on, let's get back to the village and celebrate. On days 71 through 74, the villagers were so grateful I killed the Cyclops that they finished the statue of me as a gift. As much as I wanted to stay and admire their handiwork, I had unfinished business. I needed to hit the road again and hunt down Zeus's lightning bolt. Thanks, Happy. Let's do this. Happy and I traveled through the tundra, searching for the dragon's lair. As we were exploring, though, we were ambushed by an army of undead beasts. Oh no, this isn't good. The beasts attacked us, and we had to fight back to defend ourselves. I used the Crimson Keys and Hades' staff to get in range of the beasts and banished them to the underworld. Have fun visiting Hades. Thankfully, I was able to defeat all the golems without accidentally banishing Happy as well. Huh, it must not work on my friends. That's convenient. Happy and I resumed our travel through the tundra, continuing to search for the dragon's lair. It was on days 75 through 78 where things got really interesting. I found the dragon's lair. Happy and I fought the dragon together as a team, but it was no easy opponent. Come on, Happy, we got this. We can defeat the dragon with teamwork. The dragon swooped down and attacked us with crazy flashy lightning powers, enough to light up an entire city. Look out for the lightning, Happy. One good strike and we're gonna be toast. Luckily, I had my upgraded godly gifts to fight against the dragon. Hey, dragon, how do you like the taste of pomegranate? Not so good, is it? The dragon was split into pieces and died. Yes, we did it. We slayed the dragon. Could this be? Yes, it's Zeus's lightning power. I can use this to finally defeat Ares. When I acquired the lightning abilities, I also gained an extra 10 hearts. This is so awesome. 10 extra hearts. I'm really starting to feel like a god now. Before we left the dragon's lair, I gathered as many diamonds as possible. Check it out, Happy. I got Zeus's lightning abilities. Let's test it out. After doing some testing with my new ability, Happy and I headed back home. On days 79 through 84, I returned home, and the villagers were ecstatic to see me. They said that they wanted to give me something as a gift, but weren't sure what. I know, you guys should build more homes. I also told the villagers to invite more followers to come live with them. The villagers split up, some leaving to search for more followers to join them in their village, and the others beginning to gather materials and build more houses. They even used some of the leftover material to build a larger farm to feed everyone. This looks amazing, guys, but I'm feeling pretty pooped though. It's been a long few days. I'm gonna get some rest. I made my way back to the temple, and Zeus was standing there, waiting for me. Dad, you're here!
Yes, Bronzo. I've been very proud of what you've accomplished so far, but I have a challenge for you.
Zeus wanted me to test myself further by taking on the Hydra again. I'll do it. I'll defeat the Hydra.
That's my boy. They grow up so fast.
On days 85 through 89, I said goodbye to the villagers for the meantime. Don't miss me too much while I'm gone, and set out to search for the Hydra. In my travels, I met a strange Bonga tribe and asked them if they'd seen a Hydra.
Yeah, in fact we have. We loved the Captain America movies.
Good for you guys, but that's yeah, you know what? Okay, bye. They weren't able to help me, so I kept moving, and soon I ran into a godly-looking kid. Hey, have you seen a Hydra around here? I'm supposed to slay one.
No way, that's the kind of epic adventure I usually go on. My name's Percy. Who are you?
Bronzo. I'm the god of...
Yeah, sounds cool. I saw the Hydra in a field over that way. Good luck, man.
Oh, all right, thanks. I followed Percy's directions and came face to faces with the Hydra. All right, time to earn my dad's respect. I ran in and attacked the Hydra, dodging its heads and striking it with lightning. It was no match for my powers. I even started flying as I evaded its attacks. It took so long to take the beast down, but in the end, I stood victorious. Yeah, I did it! Did you see that, Dad? Above me, Zeus nodded his head in approval. My mission was complete, and I headed back home. On days 90 through 93, I arrived back at my base and was greeted by a whole host of new villagers. Wow, welcome to your new home, everyone. I announced to my followers that I was finally able to defeat the Hydra. While the villagers were busy celebrating my victory, I decided to slip away and finish my diamond armor set. Yes, that should be just enough. I used the diamonds from the dragon's lair to craft the rest of my armor, and I was looking good. Ares won't know what hit him. I decided to use Hephaestus's anvil to try and upgrade my lightning powers. Whoa, it worked! I waited until night to find something to test it on. Take this, you stupid mobs! The lightning killed a ton of mobs all at once. That's amazing! It did have some small side effects though.
What happened to me?
Oopsie. I arrived back at the village on days 94 through 96 to find that disaster had struck. Oh my gosh, what happened here? No kidding, this place is completely ruined. If you do, you'll just be feeding into his power. You need to stay here and help me bring peace. I was able to convince the villagers not to declare war, and we spent some time rebuilding the village. But while we were at work, a band of pillagers began a raid. Leave my villagers alone. They've been through enough. I used all my powers to kill them, keeping my village safe, and returned to the rebuilding efforts. On days 97 into 98, tension was running high as we rebuilt. Many of the villagers told me they were scared that Ares would return to finish what he had started. As long as I'm here, you will be safe. I promise. I will stop Ares. After finishing up the bulk of the reconstruction, Happy let me know that it was time to go find Ares. To everyone who has followed me thus far, thank you. If you want to perform a true show of devotion to your god, be sure to subscribe, like the video, and let me know down in the comments what mob I should do next. I set out with Happy by my side. A few hours into our journey, we were encountered by a group of strange pink and brown creatures. Happy told me they were called spider pigs. Are they friendly? As if on cue, the spider pigs sprung into action and swarmed us. There's so many of them. Suddenly, I felt something strange. I have Ares' blade. Well, there's no better time to get a new weapon. Hey-ya! I set the spider pigs on fire with Ares' blade, making quick work of those strange creatures. Yeah, don't mention it. Seriously, I never want to talk or think about those things ever again. Happy and I continued on our way, but I was left wondering why I gained some of Ares' power. On day 99, I was traveling through the desert when I ran into Hades.
Bronzo, you've made it. You are nearing Ares' Colosseum.
Yes, I'm finally going to defeat him once and for all.
I believe in you, Bronzo. Be careful, though, as Ares will be by far your toughest opponent. He lives for the sole purpose of inflicting violence and destruction.
I know I can take him.
Yes. Now go. Make your father proud, Bronzo. Go defeat that monster.
I thanked Hades for the words of encouragement and continued on with Happy towards the Colosseum. As we neared closer, though, we ran into a group of gusters. All right, Happy, I think we're gonna have to take them down. We fought the gusters, and they were strong. Their hollowing winds did a ton of damage, and while we were able to defeat them, Happy was injured in the battle. Don't worry, Happy. You need to heal. I will take down Ares alone. He can't continue his path of destruction. I bid Happy farewell and continued my journey to Ares' Colosseum. It was now day 100, and I made it to Ares' Colosseum. It's time to face my destiny. I entered the huge structure, and there was Ares waiting for me.
Welcome, brother. Come to join me in my quest to rule everything?
Never. I'm here to bring this world peace and rid them of your evil.
The gods are corrupt. We must stop them together.
You are just as ignorant, if not more. You killed Poseidon. He would have joined you in your quest, but you were just too power hungry to notice.
It seems that we would not be compatible partners to rule this world. Prepare to die.
We started a fight, both of us having great powers. They had fire and could summon up purple spikes, as well as summon green swords that fired at me, and the heads of fallen warriors that would follow me until they hit me. But I had all my godly weapons, along with my lasers and teleportation daggers.
You think your weapons are enough? They are just fractions of us gods' powers. Even with all of the other gods' strengths, you still couldn't defeat me.
I am a god too, and I have my own powers as well. The fight was long, and we were even in our capabilities and power. Ares could withstand a great amount of pain. They even had the ability to summon swords out of thin air that would be thrown at me. Eventually, I had enough and needed help, and to hide for a moment. I ran into the side of the Colosseum, where I found Zeus waiting for me.
Bronzo, take the Olympus blade. This will finish him and banish him from all worlds.
Why didn't you give me this earlier?
I needed to know you were worthy. Quick, finish the battle. Save the world.
I took the blade, and with one swift swing, I finished Ares. Just then, I felt my body start to stretch, and I turned into my next form, a snake god in Olympus. My home was under siege by none other than my brother, the god of darkness. Mom, Dad, where are you? My brother's men were storming Olympus and killing my people left and right. I knew I didn't stand a chance against their power, so I desperately slithered through the crowd in search of our parents. When I finally found them, they were being confronted by my brother, who killed them both before my eyes. No!
Now with that out of the way, nobody can stop me from becoming the ultimate god. Ta-ta, brother.
The god of darkness began to charge an epic attack. I ran away. My brother chased after me and cornered me at the edge of the city. I'm only a baby. My wings are too small to fly.
See you never.
I couldn't react quickly enough. My brother hit me with his tail, sending me flying over the edge towards the ground below. On day 2, I fell down and down as the clouds whipped by me, and I knew this would be the end of me. But wait, there was a little pond down below, so I concentrated all my efforts in order to land on it. Aha! I made it! My celebration was cut short when my brother's dark forces caught sight of me.
There he is, after him.
Uh-oh, gotta keep moving. I slithered away as fast as I could, but my brother's forces were quickly gaining on me. I couldn't keep this up forever, and knew it. Luckily, I had a genius idea to hide in a cave. The darkness would surely cover me, giving me enough time to slip away unnoticed. The cave was also too small for them to get in. Unfortunately for me, the second I stepped into the shadows, I realized there was no exit. Oh, come on!
We'll wait out here as long as we need to catch you.
My escape hadn't lasted very long at all. As I scrambled, thinking about what I could possibly do to get away, I could feel something brewing deep inside of me. It was power, a sort of raw power that I had never felt before. I unleashed it all out in a powerful attack that summoned the head of a dragon and unleashed an arrow of holy power. Unfortunately, this caused the ground below me to crumble. Whoa, wait! As the ground fell around me, I fell too, deep down into the unknown abyss below. On day 3, I awoke in a dark cavern in front of a massive monster. It was letting out a loud and boisterous snore. This is not good! There was no way I could fight such a creature, not in my current form anyway, so I had no choice but to try and sneak around it. As I used all of my innate sneaking snake abilities, I felt I had this in the bag. Unfortunately, my overconfidence led me to slithering right over a stick with a loud crack. The monster turned around with intensity as it sprang to life, furious at having been awakened from its slumber. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
You disrupted my sleep. You will be smashed.
I tried to reason with the cave guardian as it whipped itself into a flurry of pure blind rage. It wouldn't listen to my pleas, so I had no choice but to try and defend myself. I reached deep inside and tried to tap into my godly powers once more. For some reason though, it didn't seem to work. No, right when I need it to. Instead, I noticed I had a godly bow. Its arrows weren't as powerful as the other attack, but it was reliable and just as cool. This way, I was able to shoot the bow and dodge his attacks at the same time. Unfortunately for me though, I was still pretty inexperienced, and the cave guardian was able to strike me over and over again with deadly accuracy.
Beauty serpent, under make you and the beast.
As I struggled to keep up with the cave guardian's strength, it knocked me down to only half a heart. I knew deep down that this was it. I apologized to my parents for failing them and closed my eyes to accept my fate. On days 4 through 7, out of nowhere, a tiny angel flew in to help me. She cast a healing spell on me that restored my hearts and bought me some time.
Bronzo, I'm Angie. I did what I can, but you need to escape.
Thanks, Angie. I'm working on it. I looked around the cavern for something, anything, for me to use to my advantage, but the only thing I could see was walls. Thankfully, that gave me an idea. Hey, Bozo, I'm right here. The beast roared in rage as it charged right towards me. At the last possible second, I jumped to the side, and his attack fully connected with the wall, breaking it down to rubble and clearing a path for my escape. Come on, Angie, this way. The angel and I ran through the hole in the wall, with the monster hot on our trail. We were hopeful that we found the path to freedom. On the other side waiting was not freedom, however, but rather a secret base for my brother's army. My brother's forces must have heard the commotion with the monster, because they all turned towards me and readied themselves to attack. I was sandwiched between the army and the beast, with nowhere to run. This was the end. On days 8 through 10, I remembered that I had wings. I might not be able to fly properly yet, but I knew I could use them to give me a jump boost. Here I go! I used my wings to jump way up high, as Angie followed along, looking very happy. My brother's army and the beast clashed into each other way down below.
Die, snake thing.
You did it! You used your wings!
I did! Now they're distracted with each other. That ought to keep them both busy for a while. Angie and I used this opportunity to head towards the exit of the underground area, and together, we booked it. We got to the end of the cave, but before us was a massive warrior.
Ah, Bronzo. I was hoping I'd find you here, scurrying around in the dark.
Who are you?
I am one of the God of Darkness's 6 top generals. It's my job to destroy you for him.
Before I could react, he lunged at me and hit me with a weapon embodied with the power of the gods. His power was crushing. Suddenly, I was down to only half a heart. Before he could wipe me out completely, Angie cast a healing spell to keep me alive, but she warned me she was running out of mana. If I took another hit like that one, I was a goner. I knew I couldn't escape from this battle, so I braced myself for the toughest fight of my life. The demon general was extremely powerful, so I had to do everything I could to not get hit. I tried to use my smaller size and superior speed to my advantage, but as a result, I wasn't able to do much damage back, although I did unlock a new multi-bow attack from my godly powers. However, it wasn't long into the battle that I realized I would never win in a straightforward fight. I would need to get sneaky. Angie, lure the cave guardian from earlier over here on my go-ahead.
But if I do that, it could hurt you.
It's the only way. Just do it now. Angie flew away and attracted the guardian's attention by flying all around him like an insect. It followed with its familiar rage. Like a bullfighter, I waited until the last moment and jumped out of harm's way. But the general wasn't so lucky. The beast lunged directly into the general, killing him on impact. Suddenly, I felt the general's godly power enter into my body, and I transformed into an adult snake god, giving me 10 more hearts. Whoa! Defeating the generals make me stronger. I couldn't focus on that for too long. The beast was temporarily stunned from ramming into the general, and I had to use this to my advantage. Come on, Angie, we've got to track down more of my brother's generals. It's the only way to stop him. On days 15 through 17, Angie and I made our way out of the caves. Unfortunately, it happened just as my brother was flying overhead. We quickly took cover to avoid his gaze, but it was no good. Somehow he spotted me immediately, like he knew exactly where I was.
You stubborn snake! How are you still alive?
How did you find me?
I'm your brother. Since we share the same blood, I can find you anywhere you tried to hide.
My brother charged up an immense attack, and if I didn't move out of the way, I'd be toast. Thankfully, I could feel that with my new form, I'd finally be able to fly. Just as the attack would have connected, I flew out of the way and took off into the sky. My brother launched several attacks in my direction, but Angie and I were able to avoid them.
Go ahead and run, brother. I will find you.
I knew he wasn't lying, so I needed to prepare. Angie and I decided to build a base to defend from any surprise attacks, and found a nice patch of land we could call home. We quickly got to work building an ancient-looking temple, perfect for a snake god like me. I used blocks such as terracotta, chiseled redstone, and waxed cut copper to add some trim around the pyramid. Angie, of course, got a room of her own. Before long, the temple was done. I looked upon my creation, and it was good. Before I could rest, I heard shouting off in the distance, so I went to investigate. On days 18 through 21, I made my way over to the source of the shouting, only to find my brother's men holding a group of fish people hostage.
Please, we're a peaceful people. Let us go.
No can do. The god of darkness has plans for you, fishy.
I had no idea what my brother's plan was for them, and I wasn't about to find out. I charged into battle, using my newly unlocked godly powers, but I couldn't perform any advanced spells yet. Despite their numbers, the fight was pretty even, and I was even gaining the edge.
Call for backup.
One of the guards called for backup, so I knew it was only a matter of time before I was surrounded. I used the last chance to break the fish people out from their captivity, hoping they could help me.
Thank you so much. We are forever in your debt.
Just as he finished his sentence, my brother's reinforcements arrived. I was outnumbered. There was no way I could take on that many of them.
Quickly, follow us.
The fish people took off running, and I followed closely behind. On days 22 through 25, I was following close behind the fish people, while being chased by reinforcements. There wasn't much land left for us to keep running. I didn't know what we were gonna do.
Come on, this way.
He led us to a body of water, and we all jumped in. I can breathe underwater? Cool! Luckily, I was a god, so I had water breathing. After a while, it seemed like we lost the reinforcements that were trailing us. I continued to follow closely behind the fish people until we swam through a crevice.
Welcome to our home.
The fish people lived in some kind of underwater camp. It was run down with oxidized copper and not even enough space for all of them. Why do you guys live down here? Don't you have an ancient city or something?
Our great city is under control to one of the God of Darkness's generals. We need your help to reclaim it.
I thought about it and remembered the last time I faced a general, I got stronger. If I could defeat another one, I could gain their godly essence for myself. All right, let's do it. During days 26 to 28, one of the fish people led me to their city. When we arrived, the place was in ruin, and there was a statue in honor of the god of darkness. It was still being built by the captured fish people. I've had enough with all this tyranny. I began my infiltration. There were guard sharks swimming around, and I did my best to evade them. There looked to be too many for me to take on all at once. I'm almost to the entrance. Just gotta hide in the seaweeds. As I was approaching the entrance to the city, I noticed one of the sharks picking on a fish person. I knew I had to intervene, even if it meant blowing up my cover. Pick on someone your own size.
And who do you think you are?
Your worst nightmare, the snake god. The shark darted forward in the water, aiming at me with its powerful jaws. And then I was able to retaliate by shooting it with my godly bow and holy arrows. The shark definitely packed a punch, but with a one-on-one fight, it was no match for me. As I thought I was winning the battle, the sound of our fighting had attracted more sharks to our location. I was outnumbered, but I knew I was stronger. Come on, is that all you got? I won't give up that easily. It was looking grim for me. The sharks just kept coming. I thought this was the end. For the days of 29 to 32, a group of fish people intervened in my fight.
Go on, Bronzo. Continue after the general and we will hold off his guards.
Thank you. I won't forget this. With the sharks now distracted, I swam as fast as I could through the rest of the city until I got to the very heart. Waiting in the center was my brother's sea general.
So, Bronzo, the little snake god has appeared. The god of darkness mentioned you might be paying me a visit.
So my brother warned you about me. That means he sees me as a threat.
More like an inconvenience.
Yeah, right. I'm giving you one chance to surrender the city, or else.
Or else what?
I'll have to take it back from you by force.
Oh, I'd like to see you try. Let me show you what true force is.
The sea general reared back, then charged at me. This guy was fast. He was also definitely way better suited for the water than I was. He was able to harness it in ways that I never even dreamed of. He dragged me in with whirlpools and launched currents of water at me. Then would snap at me with his giant fangs. I wasn't helpless though. Thanks to all of my godly powers, I shot arrow after arrow at the serpent and whittled away at his health. It was a tough fight, tougher than any other battle I had come up against before. I was down to my last few hearts, and just as I was beginning to think I might not come out on top, I landed one more hit on the sea general. That wiped him out.
So, it seems that I have been bested.
The city is no longer yours.
Perhaps not. But watch your back, snake god. Vengeance will seek you out.
As the sea general died, I gained his godly essence and became stronger. I had 10 more hearts, and I was able to use the godly dragon head power that I only been able to use once before. Whoa, this is awesome! With no more time to waste, I rushed back to help the fish people. On days 33 through 35, I saw the fish people and the sharks battling it out. This battle looks neck and neck. I should probably go help them. As quickly as I could, I rushed over to assist the fish people in the battle. With my new dragon head power, I was a lot stronger, and I managed to defeat the sharks with ease. Those sharks were no match for me.
Thank you, Snake God, for helping us reclaim our city. This isn't much, but I want you to have this to show our appreciation.
He then tossed over some snakeskin armor. Hey, this is great. I'll be able to defend myself a lot better now. Thanks. I then made my way back to the surface. After some traveling, I got back to the beach, only to stumble upon my brother standing right in front of me.
You've stirred up enough trouble, brother. It's past time I took care of you.
He then charged up and attacked and let loose, spewing flame and smashing everything with his massive claws. Uh-oh, this isn't good! His powerful attack struck me over and over until I was left in a blaze of fire. The heat was too much for me to handle. In mere moments, everything went black. During days 36 to 39, I woke up in some sort of sky arena. There were crowds of creatures watching me. What's going on? Suddenly, the cave guardian from earlier dropped into the arena.
Looks like we meet again.
Immediately, the Molten Knight began attacking me, dealing lots of damage. His fiery blast felt like the power of 1,000 suns against my skin. The crowd cheered. It was almost like they were against me. Look, you don't want to mess with me. I've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we battled.
Stop yapping and start fighting.
I used my newfound strength and powers to fight back. With my arrows, snake god head, and holy divine power, I pushed back against the might of the giant beast. The guardian was just as impressive as I remembered, summoning waves of heat and attacking at me with its sword recklessly. I'd grown a lot since the last time I faced him though, and within minutes, I had him on his last legs. With only one last attack, I defeated the guardian once and for all. Take that! No one beats the snake god! The crowd began to boo at me. I was right in my previous guess that they were against me. Don't boo me! Aren't you entertained? I headed towards the exit as some in the crowd threw snowballs at me. I then jumped from the sky arena down to the ground floor. Tough crowd. On days 40 to 43, I returned to my base to resupply and heal up. Whew, that was more difficult than I expected it to be. When I got there, I noticed a lot of the fish people were at my base.
Oh, Snake God, we have spoken to one another and decided we wish to serve you. Please take these offerings from the sea. Surely they will be to your liking.
Oh wow, this is a lot. Thank you. As I accepted their offerings, I felt my scrapes and bruises heal up as I was restored to full power. I hereby accept you as my people. Let me build you a place in my home. I immediately got to work making the fish people an area they could live in. I made sure to make it aquatic themed so they would feel comfortable. After I finished building, Angie came up to me.
You see how much good this did for you? You need to find more followers. The more a god has, the more powerful they can become.
That sounds like my plan of action then. With that in mind, I set off to search for anyone willing to dedicate their services to the snake god. On days 44 to 46, I had been wandering around the desert searching for new followers to join me. While traveling through the desert, I heard an explosion and screams in the distance. What's that? I should probably go check it out. I followed the screams and it led me to a desert village being attacked by fire mobs. Oh no, what's happening?
Please, someone help us, please.
I gotta help them. I rushed in with no hesitation and attacked. With my powerful strength, I quickly defeated the fire mobs. That was too easy. My brother's goons are nothing for me now.
Thank you for saving us.
Glad I could help. As I was talking to the villagers, a giant fire monster fell onto one of their buildings. He started shooting fireballs, striking the villagers, killing most of them. No! So you're the reason why this is all happening.
Yes, and you're next.
He then started to attack me. The general wasted no time in summoning meteors to rain down on me. They exploded with terrifying force, scattering fire and embers everywhere. Then he leaped up into the air and slammed down with his gigantic fists. I was able to attack back with my trusty godly bow. After what felt like hundreds of arrows, I readied the finishing attack, my awesome god snake head. I charged up and launched at him, and the fire general fell dead. After I absorbed the general's power, I gained 10 more hearts and a new power that emitted powerful beams of sound. From days 47 to 50, I checked in on the few surviving villagers. Are you okay? Is there any way I can help?
There's nothing left for us here.
How would you like to come back with me and stay at my base?
That would be fantastic. Pack up, guys. We're heading off with the snake god.
As we made our way back to the base, I heard a ghostly voice whisper to me. It seemed to be coming from a cave in the distance.
Bronzo.
Hey, you guys keep moving on. The base is just up ahead. I'm gonna go investigate something.
All right. See you soon.
As I got towards the cave, the voice kept beckoning me to come even closer.
Come to the cave.
I made my way to the entrance of the cave, and I could still hear the voice.
Bronzo.
I decided to continue further inside. On days 51 to 54, I traveled through the twisting tunnels of the cavern, which led me all the way to the underground dungeon. Wow, this place is huge! As I stepped into the dungeon, a snake spirit appeared in front of me.
Young snake god, the power to defeat the god of darkness can be obtained by completing this trial, should you wish to accept.
Consider it already done.
Very well, you may enter.
The gate that had been blocking disappeared, along with the Medusa, allowing me passage. I slithered in and began to make my way through the dungeon. Right off the bat, there were enemies that leapt out to attack me one after another. Who put all these skeletons here? I fought my way through them as I traveled through the dungeon, fending them off with my godly powers. There were archers, skeletons with swords, and ones who could even do magic. At last, I made it to what appeared to be the final chamber of the dungeon. There in front of a skull statue was the Lich King, ruler of the skeletons in this dungeon. I'm here for the power to defeat the god of darkness.
A little worm like you wishes to defeat the god of darkness. That really tickles my funny bone. What could a thing like you ever hope to achieve against someone like him? You're nothing!
I don't care what you say. I'm here for that power, and I'm not leaving without it. The Lich King's taunting had really upset me. Using my rage as fuel, I launched an epic volley of attacks at him. The Lich King would disappear and reappear behind me, only to slash at me with his giant scythe. That's fighting dirty. The Lich King then reared back, and from him, a wave of darkness emitted. I continued using all of the powers in my arsenal, including my newest roar ability. It took a lot out of me to fight this guy, but the Lich King finally perished. As I stood there relishing in my victory, the snake spirit from earlier appeared again.
Your anger makes you stronger. You must embrace it if you wish to defeat your brother.
But I don't want to rule with anger and fear. Then I'd be no better than my brother. The Medusa did not reply as she disappeared. With no one left to talk to, I left the dungeon and headed back to my base. On days 55 to 57, I was almost to my base when I encountered the villagers in an open field. Hey everyone, what happened? Why are you stopped?
We're so tired, and we don't have the energy to continue any further.
You know what? I'll build you all a home here. This seems like a nice place to settle down. I immediately went to work. There were a lot of villagers, so I figured that I might as well go ahead and make them an entire village. I put a lot of work into each house and the landscaping, so they wouldn't feel like they were missing anything from their old home. By the time I was done, the village looked perfect.
Thank you so much, Snake God. Please, take these offerings.
No, I can't accept that. I already have enough.
Then allow us to help you build an idol of yourself so that we may thank you.
That sounds a lot better. Let's do it. The villager and I got to building the statue. We started with the shape of my head as a base, then began to add the details with all different kinds of blocks. It was fortunate that the villagers had so much, and I had gathered plenty of cool things in my journey so far, because it really came in handy. We also made sure to make it super big, so that it would scare off any would-be attackers. The villagers needed a place to put all of their offerings to me, so I put out a place in front of the statue mouth with lots of pots so they could store the items. There we are, all done.
This is wonderful. We'll take good care of it.
I was tired after all that work, and it left me wanting to take a nap. I figured where I was pretty safe, so I fell asleep right in front of my statue. On days 58 to 61, I had a nightmare. I was back in Olympus during the Great Siege. I revisited seeing my parents getting killed by my brother. No, not again! I won't let you get away with this, brother!
And how do you plan to do that?
I've grown stronger. I'm powerful enough to fight you.
Oh, really? All I see is my weak little brother.
Just then, I was transformed back into my smaller self. No! My powers!
Still think you can take me on, little brother?
I hate you! In a furious rage, I charged to attack my brother. To my surprise, I flew straight through him. He was just an illusion. I had heard the voice of someone laughing from above.
I can't believe you fell for that.
In an instant, I transformed back into my larger form, and the illusion began to dissipate. On day 62 to 64, I realized I was in a misty swamp. Not only that, I had been duped by someone. Who are you? Face me! There it was again. There was nothing but that laugh. As I looked around for the source of the laughter, I was attacked by a horde of zombies. Whoa, where did you come from? There were so many zombies, I used my godly bow and my snake god head to cut them down one by one. Eventually, I defeated the horde and continued into the swamp. The voice had to be coming from somewhere. Confirming my suspicions, only a little bit away was an enormous arena, and in the center was none other than the Amethyst General, the fourth general of the God of Darkness.
What's wrong, Bronzo? Not sleeping well?
You crossed the line. No one interrupts my nap time. The Amethyst General wasted no time in attacking me, shooting magical beams and trying to whack me with their scepter. I was quick to dodge out of the way and fire back with my godly bow and beams of energy. Next, it summoned some eyes on chains to chase after me, as well as some podiums that fueled their magical abilities. I went and broke them as fast as I could while still attacking the Amethyst General. In the end, despite all of the Amethyst General's magical effects, I was able to defeat them. That shows you not to mess with me. As they died, I absorbed their godly essence. It granted me 10 more hearts, as well as transformed me into my final form. Wow, look at me! I look awesome! It was at that point that the dreamscape began to crumble around me, and I realized I was waking up. On days 65 to 68, I woke up in front of my snake god statue. I was surrounded on all sides by my followers. Whoa, what's the occasion?
Snake God, we were concerned. You have been asleep for several days.
Well, I'm all good. Did anything happen while I was out?
Yes, in fact, some raiders came by, but they were scared off by the statue.
What? Stay here. I'll go take care of them right now.
Hang on, Bronzo.
What is it? These people need my help.
Jeez, I just found you. Can't you say hi? Now, listen to me. You still can't face your brother alone. We need more allies.
Fine. Who do you have in mind?
I think you should look for the craftsmen who live in the mountains. Their skill at forging armor and weapons will be vital for destroying the armies of darkness.
That sounds like a great idea. Thanks, Angie. I'll get right on it. With a new goal ahead of me, I headed off to the mountains. During days 69 to 72, I made my way towards the mountains through a thick forest. Eventually, the forest turned into a wasteland around some kind of lumber mill. Seeing the beautiful nature being destroyed filled me up with rage. I approached the lumberjack and demanded to know why they were destroying this place. Go on, explain yourself, or I'll hurt you.
Wait. The Dark Gods General ordered us to level this whole forest.
What do they need all that wood for?
Nothing. We've been ordered to burn it all.
I looked around and saw lumberjacks tossing logs into large bonfires. This is horrible. Where is the general?
Only the foreman would know that. They're in the mill.
Take me to them. I want to give them a piece of my mind. On days 73 to 75, I arrived to the mill. The inside was filled with bunches of logs and crates stacked into piles. The lumberjack I was with ran up to the foreman, pointed back to me, then quickly ran away. I'm gonna talk to him myself. You! I'm demanding right now that you cease all operations.
But I can't do that. The general would have my head.
Then tell me where this general is. Don't make me take your head instead.
Yes, right away. The general's base is in the mountains.
In the mountains where? Show me!
I would if I could. Please, I swear it. It's just that the general destroyed the bridge connecting the mountains, so I cannot travel there.
I felt an all-consuming rage overtake me. I was so upset that I began to destroy the mill with fire. Take me to the bridge now!
Of course, right away. Follow me.
On days 76 through 79, the foreman took me to the ruins of the bridge beside the mill. Why are you still taking orders from the general? Couldn't you just run away?
Some of my lumberjack friends are being held hostage across the bridge for misbehaving, according to the general. If we resist him, then he'll do the same to us.
Well, I'll make sure that doesn't happen to you, but only after you repair the bridge.
Yes, sir.
The foreman went to work repairing the broken bridge, just as I demanded. However, as they were working, some of the dwarf general's men arrived. Back off! I jumped into the fray to fight off the attackers. I fought off the dwarves with my powerful godly bow, but their cleric kept healing them. I set my sights on them instead, and took out their healer so I could deal with the rest of the army uninterrupted. I shot volleys of my godly arrows into the minions, and then used my roaring ability on them. They went flying off the side of the cliff into the chasm below. Bit by bit, I picked off the warriors, but they had me in numbers. I had to fight carefully, otherwise I could easily be overwhelmed. I fought with everything I had at my disposal, but there were still too many for me to win. I honed in all my powers and unleashed one final attack, killing the warriors all at once. By the time the final goon went down, the bridge was finally complete. Great job, foreman!
Thanks, scary snake god.
Now go set your friends free. The foreman did as I said, and freed the other lumberjacks, but they didn't run. In fact, they looked scared. What's wrong?
Please don't eat us. We'll do whatever you say. Tell us, what can we do to appease you?
Do not destroy any more of the forest. And someone, take me to the general's base. If both things are done, I will not eat you. On days 80 through 83, a lumberjack led me through the mountains. Eventually, we reached the outside of the general's base. It was a massive mine inside of a mountaintop. You know this is gonna get messy, right?
Oh, I know. I seen what the dwarf general is capable of.
I ventured inside of the mine and saw the 5th general.
Thank ye for slithering Timmy. I hate having to hunt down me prey.
Is that why you're cutting down the forest? Easier hunting?
Actually, it's to keep the lumberjacks tired and busy. Less trouble that way.
Well, you got some trouble today. The dwarf general was unlike any opponent I had faced. He wielded a shield and charged at me. I tried slithering around to dodge his attacks. He then welded a spear and threw it at me, dealing a good amount of damage. Then he smacked the ground, releasing flames around him. He also conjured up a sword and used it for spinning attacks and slashes. However, his arsenal of weapons was no match for my tough god snake skin.
You think you're better than me? I've seen ye strike more fear in those lumberjacks than I ever could.
Maybe because I'm a god and you're just a mere mortal. Finally, I destroyed the dwarf general, and with that, I gained a new godly power, the ability to harness the strength of the sun and create a beam.
We give up. We give up. Here, take this dwarf forged armor as an offering.
I accept your surrender and your armor. Now join me and follow. I will build you a new home. On days 84 through 86, I had found a new spot to begin building the dwarfs a new home. One better than what the dwarf general gave them. I started by excavating the side of a mountain. Then I added some support beams all around so that the cave wouldn't collapse. And finally, I added some furniture all around so they could relax after working hard in the mines. Once I had finished making the area for the dwarves, one of the lumberjacks caught up to me.
This place is amazing. You're not so bad after all, Snake God. Could you maybe build us a home too?
Thank you, and I hope you can continue to spread the word. I've been getting somewhat of a bad reputation lately. I'm sure I can build you and your lumberjack friends a fancy log cabin out in the tundra.
That would be great.
I then traveled to the snowy Arctic and began building the cabin. I made sure to use lots of the wood that was chopped down from the other forest to conserve Mother Nature. I added rooms and even a fireplace to keep them warm in this cold weather.
Thank you so much, Snake God. Please take this offering.
Wow, thanks! A diamond axe! This is one of the best offerings I've gotten thus far. Although I had gotten so powerful by now, there was still one general to take out, and I was feeling confident on defeating them. As I was about to leave, Angie had found me again.
Bronzo, I just wanted to warn you that the next general is the nastiest of them all. You need to be careful.
How bad could they be? Just as I said that, there was a large explosion in the distance. I need to investigate that. On days 87 through 89, I arrived at a village that had been ruined. What happened here?
A horrible creature flew overhead and destroyed our village in a matter of seconds.
It must have been the general. Where did they go after?
They went in the sky.
Thank you. I made my way up to the sky and looked for the general. As I was flying, I saw a stronghold ahead in the distance. That must be where the general is. I headed over to the fortress to check it out. I explored the area and no one was around. While I was looking, I saw a note on the ground from the final general.
Unlike my allies that you took out, I will finish you off myself for good.
Once I had finished reading the note, I looked up and saw her goons flying around me. If I want to find the general, I have to fight their goons. On days 90 to 92, I fought off all the goons one by one. They were the toughest I've faced so far. I really had to dig down into my bag of moves to retaliate. I used my godly bow with my dragon attack. I also showed off my new sunbeam that incinerated the flying beast's armor. The goons would shoot poison at me and swirl around mid-fight to attack me. I managed to take them all out, except for one. I used this opportunity to interrogate them. Where is your general?
I ain't talking. You should just finish me off.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Wait, I was just bluffing.
Then talk.
She's at the headquarters just west of here.
Thanks for your cooperation, and good riddance. I then didn't keep my promise and fired my sunbeam, killing the final goon instantly. Next, I flew west, and eventually I found the HQ. It wasn't hidden, but rather wide open, almost as if they wanted me to come. Great! I love traps. They never expect me to actually fall for them. I landed and looked around, but nobody was present. Come out, you coward! Suddenly, I was hit with a multitude of explosive attacks. What the heck is going on? During days 93 to 95, I was under attack. I couldn't figure out where all those explosions were coming from. You want some of me? Then come get some! Above me was a massive serpent in the sky, dropping explosives from above. The serpent looked angelic, like she was sent from the heavens. Who are you? Come down here and fight me! The Sky General circled around my head, like a hawk, stalking its prey. She was trying to intimidate me with her massive amounts of radiant power.
Can't you tell, you imbecile? I'm the Sky General, the strongest general in command.
What makes you so strong? Back down, or I'll make you regret it.
Go ahead and try it.
I unleashed an attack and tried to take the oversized general down. She was high in the sky, so my best bet was using ranged attacks to have a chance of landing a hit on her. I shot at her with my godly arrows to dwindle her health down bit by bit. All the while, the Sky General summoned powerful spikes from the sky to pierce through my scales. They dealt loads of damage, but I held on to life. I couldn't lose now! I retaliated with my son's blessing to scorch through her armor, but she hung on after the hit. No matter how many times I attacked her, the Sky General seemed prepared for all of it. I fought with all of my might, but they were incredibly strong. Neither side was giving in. You can't defeat me! I'm gonna fight until you're finished!
You foolish god! I haven't even shown you a fraction of my power! Take this!
Suddenly, the general fired a powerful attack. I tried to avoid it, but I wasn't fast enough. It hit me, and my whole body grew dizzy. What's going on? I can't focus on anything! I couldn't help but to succumb to their spell. Soon, I blacked out. On days 96 to 98, I found myself in my childhood home. I was at Olympus again as a baby, and next to me was my baby brother, the god of darkness. Where am I? And why am I so small? I looked around and noticed that our parents were standing before the both of us.
We are so proud of you, my sons. One day, you'll both be the gods of Olympus and rule this kingdom together.
I don't need Bronzo. I could rule this kingdom alone.
Now, son, you have to share the responsibilities with your brother. Together, Olympus will prosper.
No, I want all the power for myself. If you let me take it all, I can show you just how much better Olympus would be.
Watch your mouth. There is no way a god should treat his kingdom or family. Go to your room this instant and think about what you've said.
My brother left the room in a fit of rage. As I watched my brother walk away, he mumbled something.
I will show everyone how powerful I can become alone. I'll take all of the godly power for myself and make everyone bow down to me, the god of darkness.
Brother, wait! I rushed after him, hoping that I could stop this tyranny. But as I slithered closer, I was teleported into thin air. On day 99, I teleported into the mysterious end dimension. There was nothing around me but darkness for miles. And somehow, I was floating on air. This place is creepy. What's going on? I looked around, when out of nowhere, a massive figure walked in front of me. It was my brother, the god of darkness, but as a powerful adult.
Hello, Bronzo.
Brother, you don't have to do this. Why are you taking all of the power for yourself?
I don't need any help from the likes of you. Our parents spoke of unity, but they were wrong.
All I need is more power, and I can rule this entire world single-handedly.
Please, you can still stop this, and we can rule together.
Quiet!
In a fit of rage, the god of darkness attacked. My brother blasted at me with his godly breath. I was blasted away by the sheer force of it all, and I was forced to run for my life. I would have tried to defend myself, but I was only a baby. Without my incredible power, his strength was too crushing to retaliate. I ran for my life, unsure of how or why I was in the void. Just then, I heard the voice of the Sky General echo through the realm.
What's wrong, Snake God? Are you scared?
Wait a second. All of this must be the work of the 6th General. This is all in my head. My courage caused me to transform back into my godly adult form, regaining all of my hearts and powers. Afterwards, my brother vanished into thin air. He was just an illusion, made by the Sky General. I snapped back to reality to find myself with the Sky General like before.
No! My magic!
It'll take more than an illusion to stop me. I continued my battle with the Sky General, but this time I meant business. She rained down her godly projectiles onto me, and I evaded them with speed and grace. The nightmare she put me through only strengthened my resolve further. I was going to defeat her and stop the wrath of the God of Darkness, no matter what. I fired my attacks onto the Sky General with everything I had, and they seemed to do far more damage than before. The sleeping spell must have drained all of her energy, leaving her vulnerable for my counterattacks. I didn't let up. This was my chance for victory. Finally, I managed to bring the Sky General to her breaking point.
I may die here, but tomorrow, your brother will bring ruin to these lands.
Not if I have anything to say about it. I fired into her with one final blow, killing her while she flew. The Sky General died, and I gained her godly power, making me stronger than ever. And it felt like I lost all of my rage. Yes, I'm back to normal. Time to return to Olympus. On day 100, I took to the skies and returned to my home of Olympus. To my horror, my brother had changed the area to be corrupted by his dark energy. What did he do to this place? This has to end now. I swooped in and landed onto the cloud. There, my brother was already waiting for me.
So good to see you again, Bronzo. Do you like what I've done with the place?
Turn everything back to how it used to be, and maybe I'll consider sparing you.
Ha! Even after I took all of the godly power for myself, you still think you have a chance to stand against me?
I've gotten some power of my own. Have you been able to check in on your generals?
Those worthless swine, they were just more pawns. Clearly they underestimated you, but I won't make the same mistake. No amount of their power will save you.
I'm willing to take those chances. The two of us collided in the final battle. It was God versus God, brother versus brother, of who would claim Olympus. He started by flying super high in the air, and then flew down at me, stomping on the ground and making it shake beneath me. I knew then that he was not going to take it easy on me. I blasted my arrows at him so I could keep a good distance from him to evade his air attacks. As he flew through the air, I struck him with my powerful sun blessing, which dealt a great amount of damage and slowed him down. My brother was smart though. He knew I was trying to avoid his air attacks. He then blasted me with his powerful flames, dealing massive damage. I was on the ropes, but so was the God of Darkness. I put everything I had into my final attack and blasted my evil brother into oblivion. As he died, I absorbed all of his power, and I felt a sudden burst of rage. I was transported into the mind of another demigod. I saw my father right in front of me, fighting against Hades. They struggled against each other as they bashed and jabbed with their weapons. Father, let me help you fight.
No, son, you're too weak right now. Stay back.
I obeyed his order as they continued fighting. Hades had a giant axe that he used to continuously slash and chop at my father, as well as a strong fire blast. My father was right. I was nowhere near ready to stand against Hades.
Go back to your own realm, Hades. You're not welcome here.
Ares jabbed at Hades violently with his godly spear and bashed and blocked attacks with his shield. Despite his great weapon and abilities, my father was quickly worn down. Hades struck him with a severe blow, injuring him badly. My father had no choice but to stop fighting.
No longer do I have to live in exile in the underworld. A new land is to be conquered.
Hades left to continue his rampage elsewhere. I immediately ran to my wounded father.
Listen to me carefully, son. This war has been raging on for 10,000 years. There's been too many lives lost. When I die, I want you to take over as the new god of war. And you must end this once and for all.
I will do my best.
Good. Thank you, son.
My father passed away, leaving me on my own. No! His spear and shield fell where he had been, and I picked them up, transforming me into the new god of war. As I did, some of Hades' undead soldiers began emerging from the ground, ready to fight. I sprung into action and readied my spear. They swarmed me, and I began jabbing at them while using my shield to defend myself. I kicked them away as they got closer. They were tough to kill, but luckily not too strong with their attacks. That didn't stop them from trying to use their numbers against me. I won't let you stop me. I have a promise to keep. With the power of my new weapons, I was able to bring them down, one by one, winning my first battle. Unfortunately, I had no time to celebrate. More soldiers were everywhere, and they noticed me. They started making their way towards me. There were too many for me to handle alone. I had no choice but to run before they caught me. I was still running on day 2, trying my best to lose the undead army. I ran until I had to stop, completely out of breath. I gotta keep going to escape. They're right on my tail, but I'm so out of breath. Suddenly, I heard something heavily breathing behind me. I turned around to see an ogre eyeing me hungrily. Nice ogre.
You're the new god of war. A puny thing like you.
Hey, I've earned it. Watch this.
What? How do you look so cool?
It's easy. I got a new Bronzo skin that's now available in the Minecraft Marketplace.
That's awesome. I want one too.
Well, lucky for you, you can click the link in the description and it'll take you right to the marketplace so you can check them out. Sounds great, right?
Minecraft Marketplace? Wait, I don't have a computer.
You can also use Bedrock Edition. Just search for the Bronzo mutant creatures in the marketplace. I then transformed back to my God of War form in preparation of the ogre attacking me. They hit me hard. I used my shield to keep me from being crushed and started swinging my spear at it. The ogre used dual stone swords to slice at me, so I had to be quick. As we fought, I started figuring out different combo attacks I could do for extra damage. One involved using my kick before striking with my spear. I also managed to do a multiple jab motion to wear it down even faster. With a final hit, I was able to defeat the ogre. Yes! Now it's my swamp! I didn't know it at the time, but someone was watching me closely from a distance, observing my every move. Whew, glad that's over. I'm starving now. I began looking for food and stumbled across a village. I found some barrels full of food and seeds. I ate some to replenish my health before I could finally rest. One of the villagers noticed me and started yelling.
It's him! It's the god of war, and he's stealing our food!
They all ganged up and started attacking me. What? What did I do? Stop hitting me! They wouldn't listen, so I attacked them back, easily killing most of them. They continued to swarm, but my blows had an unfair advantage. Their numbers dwindled quickly with every swing. Soon, the few that were left started ringing the panic bell before yelling at me.
You're just like your father, killing the innocent!
They ran away terrified, and I was alone again in this newly abandoned village. Just like my father? Was my father evil? Am I evil? No, I'm doing this to end the war, and they attacked me first. All that fighting had made me tired, so I just stayed in the village for the night. I found myself in some kind of dream on day 3. I was my younger self. There was another kid in front of me, and we were in the middle of a fight. I was doing my best to win, but he was too strong.
You really thought you were tough, huh?
I wanted to beat him. I swung at him with my wooden sword, but it was no use. He got the upper hand and knocked the wind out of me. He won.
How is your father so strong and you're such a weakling?
Suddenly, my father, Ares, showed up. Father, I lost. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about him, son. You'll be a great warrior one day.
You really think so, Dad?
No.
The image morphed from my father into Hades.
You are nothing but scum, and I will rid you from this earth.
I panicked as he struck me with the same blow that killed my father. Instead of dying, I found myself waking up on a mountain with Zeus before me. Zeus! What am I doing here?
So it is true. A new god of war has arisen.
Zeus, please, I need your help.
I would never help the god of war.
He ascended from the ground and summoned a lightning bolt. Ow! Wait! What are you doing?
I will end you. Fight me, coward.
I dodged another bolt of lightning as he continued to strike me. There was nothing else I could do now but fight back. I took my spear and started trying to jab Zeus with it. I managed to get close enough to use my shield to bash him a few times, though it wasn't much use against someone so powerful. Why are you attacking me? What did I do?
Die, you pest.
He wasn't listening and continued to wail on me mercilessly. My spear and shield weren't enough to face his onslaught. He summoned circles of electricity to shock me and threw bolts my way whenever I was a bit further from him. No, I have a promise to keep. Things can't end like this. My cries went unheard as Zeus floated up and curled himself into a ball. This summoned a huge sphere of lightning that struck me down, killing me. Oh! I woke up in a cold sweat. The fight with Zeus had all been a dream as well. But what did it mean? I walked around for a bit to clear my head on day 4. I needed to catch my breath from that crazy nightmare. Just then, I sensed a blade behind me. Wait, what? Don't kill me! She looked to be some kind of assassin.
Don't make any sudden movements and I won't have to. Why are you in such a panic?
It's nothing. What do you want from me?
You're Bronzo, the new god of war, right?
Yeah, what of it?
I want to join your side. I've lost too much family for this war to go on any longer.
Okay, that's good. But if you're gonna join me, let's see what you got. I charged the assassin, and they were quick on their feet and retaliated with speed. I gave her everything I had. I used my kick, lunge, and bash, but she was good at dodging and taking hits. She struck back with her crimson sword, actually doing some real damage to me.
Not bad. But how do you handle poison?
She quickly dodged one of my strikes and pulled out a crossbow, armed with poisonous arrows, and it hit me directly. I could not do anything to stop the slow death. The assassin walked right up to me at the last moment and dropped a bottle of milk for me to lose the poison effect. Whew, I thought I was a goner.
So, what do you think of me?
Pretty good. I think we'll work great together.
The name's Shaza. Pleasure meeting you, god of war. Come on, let's get out of here. I know a spot.
Actually, you can call me Bronzo. God of War was my father. On days 5 to 6, we arrived at what looked like a regular wooden house.
Hold on, just one moment.
Oh, hello, dear.
You brought us to your grandpa's house? Shaza ignored me and kept talking to the old man.
Blood for blood, eye for eye, fortune for all.
Come inside. Make yourself at home.
We walked inside the house, and behind a secret wall was a set of stairs leading down into another area. We went below and into a room full of other assassins.
Welcome to the Assassin's Guild.
Whoa, this place is amazing.
Yeah, there are several assassin guilds all over the lands. Most people down here didn't have a choice to be here. They're all fighting for something.
As Shaza was explaining everything to me, a massive undead zombie chimed in.
Well, if it ain't the god of war himself, come to hide from Hades.
What did you say to me?
I said come to hide here like a little baby. Come on, if you're man enough, let's take this to the dueling arena.
Bronzo, don't. It's not worth it.
Bring it on, you rotting piece of flesh. We were in the dueling area for days 7 and 8. Both of us were eager to go at it.
You sure you're up for this, shiny boy?
More than ever. We each charged and slammed into one another. He released a poisonous fog around him that damaged me continuously as he tried to swing at me with his fists. I used my spear often and tried to keep my distance from the awful cloud he'd made. One of his hits caused me to have a blindness effect, making it difficult to watch my footing. I continued to stab him, even if he bit me and gave me nausea. Disorient me all you want. I won't be stopped.
We'll see about that.
Despite his confidence, Garbage was no match against the new god of war.
You can't win against me. You're mad.
I am not mad. I am Bronzo! With a final kick, I sent the brutish monster to his doom. As I won, I also gained 10 more hearts. Yes! Every time I win, I feel so much stronger. I left the arena and entered the main assassin area again.
Very impressive. Garbage was a tough opponent. It's about time someone put him in his place. Now, Come with me. I want you to meet the head assassin of this guild.
She led me to another room with a lot of gold and treasure all around. At the head of the room was a throne and someone standing in front of it.
Glad to see you, Shaza. Could this be the god of war himself? Great fight back there. I watched the whole thing.
Thank you,
Krem. Call me Krem.
Thanks, Krem. Quite a nice place you have here.
Indeed, but we all have come from nothing here. Much different than your upbringing. Maybe you can end this awful war for all of us.
I never asked to be born into this war, but I'll do what I can.
Indeed. If you ever need the assistance of the Assassin's Guild, don't hesitate to ask. I'm sure Shaza can guide you.
Yes, sir. Come on, Bronzo. Let's get out of here.
From days 9 to 10, Shaza and I walked along a snowy mountain. Where exactly are we going? She abruptly stopped and explained to me.
Hades isn't conquering this world alone. He has help from Tauron, the giant minotaur, and his base is around here somewhere.
So what? We're gonna go in there and defeat them? Just the two of us?
That's the plan.
Just then, some 4-armed corrupted skeletons from Hades' army attacked us. Come on, we got these guys. Together, Shaza and I destroyed the 4-armed fiends. I tore them apart with the use of my shield and spear. Shaza used her sword to get up close and personal, and her crossbow to make some distance. Finally, we defeated them all.
This place isn't safe. Let's keep moving.
After moving along for a bit, we discovered Tauron's base, embedded within the snowy mountains. We spotted Tauron speaking with none other than Hades.
Tauron, my good friend. I have defeated Ares. Nothing can stop me now.
I love to hear it, Hades. I myself am doing well on this front. Thanks to your frost armor you have granted me. Soon I will have full control of the tundra regions, my king.
Not unless we do something about it.
Well then I'm off to do more damage to this world. Keep up the good work.
Hades is leaving. Let's get the jump on this guy while he's alone.
We approached Tauron on days 11 through 13. So you're working with Hades?
If it isn't the god of war and some mortal human rat, I thought Hades killed you.
No, he killed my father. I'm Bronzo, the new god of war, and I'm gonna get vengeance for my father.
The new god of war? If your father couldn't defeat Hades, you'll never stand a chance.
That's it. Stand back, Shaza. I want this one for myself.
Take him down!
Tauron stormed towards me with his horns ready to pierce. I stepped back while using my spear to fight him back. When he couldn't hook me with his horns, he brought up his axe and swung it down hard, propelling himself up so he could smash me from above. I did everything I could to block and react, but he then started using a strong spin attack that sent me flying backwards. He was too strong for me, and he was about to finish me off for good. Luckily, Shaza stepped in just in time to distract him for me.
Hey, Hornhead! Come and get some of me!
Actually, I think I've had enough of both of you. I call upon the power of Hades.
The ground shook, the sky went gray, and out of nowhere, a bunch of undead began coming towards us. Tauron watched as we got bombarded. Together, Shaza and I fought the soulless creatures, but they seemed to come non-stop. Shaza did her best with her skills to dwindle them down, but I was still getting surrounded by them. I felt like it was the end, until out of nowhere, I did a powerful spinning move, sending all the undead away from me, and giving Shaza and I enough time to escape. Come on, let's get out of here!
Right behind you!
Run away, little soldier. Run away.
During days 14 through 17, Shaza and I were exhausted from dealing with Tauron and Hades' minions.
Ugh, we almost had Tauron. He was right on the ropes.
Almost? You mean we almost died? At least I learned a new fighting move from the battle, though.
No, we were close. I know you can beat him with some more time and training, but for now, we need to find a place to keep you alive and out of sight when needed.
You mean like a base? Why not use the assassin guilds?
No, it's too dangerous. Assassins have a big ego. Someone that's always going to want to harm you. Let's make our own place. Come on.
Eventually, we landed on a nice spot to build at. We chopped down some trees to make a clearing, and I used the logs as walls for my new battle dome base. Shaza helped add details and built a floor of calcite, andesite, and glowstone on the inside. I made the dome on top with more andesite for support and red stained glass for the roof. When we finished, I had a proper base. and we could use it to continue training in, while being a little more protected from potential threats.
Now this is what I call a base. Nice job.
This is nice, but what would be even nicer is Hades' head on a stick.
Huh, I know. Yeah, maybe you can seek out Zeus, your grandfather.
Zeus from my dream? I wouldn't even know where to look. And if he would even help me. He killed me in my dreams.
Dreams aren't real. Why don't you try Mount Olympus? Heard he has a temple there.
All right, I think I'll go at this one alone.
Good luck out there. Oh, and one more thing. I think you'll be needing these.
Shaza then handed me a full set of diamond armor. Whoa, where did you get these from?
I may or may not have stolen them from the Assassin's Guild. It's okay. I have way too much treasure to even notice it's gone.
Thanks, Shaza. See you soon. I traveled across the lands from days 18 to 21, from grassy plains to scorching deserts and snowy hills. It felt like forever, but I finally made it to Zeus's great temple, sitting on top of a mountain. I made it! The weather got worse as I approached the temple. It began to thunder. That's still a long way to the top. It just had to start storming now, of all times. Just then, some odd frozen spiders sprang out and attacked me. They fired multitudes of frost arrows at me and spawned ice webs to try and trap me. I kept getting stuck and taking damage from the webs and found it difficult to break free. Luckily, my spinning attack helped to free me, as well as send the spiders flying. They were persistent and continued showering me with arrows, but my spear was able to stab through their icy bodies, enough to chip away their health. With a few more spinning blows, I defeated the frost arachnids. The weather continued to batter the landscape as I continued onward. I kept heading up and made it to the peak. Stepping into the temple, I called out, "Zeus, grandfather, are you here?" I was answered with silence. He was nowhere to be seen. I didn't come all this way for nothing. I'll rest here tonight and search more in the morning. During days 22 through 25, I found myself in my human form. My father was there, showing me his fighting techniques.
I want to show you a crucial fighting move, son. Watch me.
I watched as he jumped up before slamming down with his spear. I was in awe of his awesome ability.
Now you try.
Okay. I readied my training spear and launched it with all my might. It bounced off my father's armor with a tiny clink. What? I can't do it. I can't.
It's okay, Bronzo. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it when you need it most. Just remember what I'm teaching you now.
Just then, Zeus barged in, already very angry.
Ares, what are you doing here? You should be on the front lines, leading your army against Hades.
I will be. Right now, I'm teaching Bronzo here everything he needs to know if I fall.
If you fall, you're talking like you've already lost. If you're so desperate to lose, then I'll show you loss.
I said no such thing. I'm not afraid to fight you, old man.
They started going all out on each other, completely forgetting about me, still being there. Zeus struck my father with his lightning abilities, and my father countered with his spear and shield. They didn't hold back as they angrily lashed out at one another. Dad! Grandpa! Please stop! Stop! Stop it, please! I awoke from my dream on days 26 to 29, still at the top of the temple. I felt a presence and turned. Before my eyes, Zeus himself appeared in front of me.
Stop what? What are you on about, boy?
Oh, grandfather, I've been looking for you.
Bronzo? Is that you?
Yes, I'm here because I need help dealing with Hades. I need your guidance to get stronger.
Well, you seem to do just fine defeating that giant piece of garbage back at the Assassin's Guild.
Wait, when did you?
I was the one who let you in. I can take many forms. I am a god, after all.
Oh, I see. But still, Hades is a much stronger foe than that assassin. I'm still not as strong as my father was.
Here's a little secret. You're actually stronger than him. You just need more experience to unleash your true potential.
Really? So what do we do about that?
Throw you into the fire.
For the days of 30 to 33, I followed Zeus as he led me into the Badlands. Where are we?
This is where all the wildest creatures come out at night. You wish to defeat Hades? You will have to battle strong creatures first. Eyes up. Here comes one now. Good luck.
I looked over and saw a dire werewolf charging right for us. Wait! But Zeus didn't wait even a second. He teleported away. In the next moment, the creature bashed right into me. All right, you asked for it. I took out my spear spear and fought back against the werewolf. Zeus wasn't kidding when he said the wildest creatures lived here. The creature slashed me with his claws, and I tried to retaliate. It continued to force its way closer to me, grabbing me and biting at my armor as it held me in place. I used my spin attack to break free and push it away. It was relentless, and its heavy body was difficult to fling away from me. Get off! I refused to lose to a wild creature. Its bite was strong, even with my armor. I did what I could to focus despite the pain. As we fought, I remembered my dad doing the running jump move. Maybe it was time to try it out again. I moved exactly like he showed me to, and to my amazement, I did it perfectly. The blow was strong enough to kill the beast. As I stood there celebrating my victory, Zeus reappeared.
Not bad. I see you learned a great move.
Yeah, I almost died.
Oh, don't be so dour. Come now, we don't have time to waste.
All right. We were back inside Zeus's temple on days 34 through 37. I was waiting patiently for my grandfather's next instructions.
You're certainly your father's son. I remember when I used to spar with your father often. It was excellent training for us both.
Wait, you guys were training? I always thought you were actually fighting him.
Oh no, nothing like that. Think of sparring as a way for two warriors to improve their fighting abilities with someone who already knows their weak points. It's very important to find and deal with weaknesses you may not realize you have otherwise.
I see. I get it now.
Good. Then you're sparring with me right now.
Zeus quickly let loose some lightning, completely catching me off guard.
Look alive, boy.
Yeah, I'm trying. Hiya! I leapt at my grandfather in an attempt to hit him back. He was super tough and didn't appear to take any damage from my attack. Zeus continued to strike at me with a fury of attacks, whirling and slicing with lightning quick movements. I countered with some twirling spear attacks and spear thrusts, but Zeus wouldn't let up. Finally, Zeus finished me off with one last lightning bolt. I couldn't take any more. Ah, you win.
No matter. Few can hold their own against me as long as you did. For this reason, you are worthy of greatness. I believe it is now time.
Time? Time for what?
Patience. Follow me.
On days 38 to 41, Zeus led me to a grand, old-looking nether portal. Wow, what is this?
This is the portal to the underworld, where Hades resides. Your next task is to travel through it. Inside, you may find the answers as to how to stop him, or you may find yourself standing before death itself.
Sounds dangerous, but if it'll get me further in my quest, I'll do it. I stepped right into the portal. My vision began to warp as it teleported me away. I heard Zeus began to say one more thing.
Best of luck, boy. Oh, and watch out for the...
Before I could hear the rest of what he had to say, the portal whisked me away. Wait, watch out for what? But it was too late. I was now in the underworld. Everything was either covered in fire or like it was rotting. I wonder where to start. As I was thinking about it, a small group of little fire-breathing imps ran into sight, cackling.
Fresh meat from the overworld. Get him!
These are probably what Zeus was gonna warn me about. The imps hit me and caught me on fire. They stayed near my feet, trying to tip me up as I fought. I threw them off of me and stabbed down at them to get them away. They shot fire at me and occasionally flew up and fell down hard with a fiery slam attack. I was lucky my spin move seemed to help put out the flames whenever I was set ablaze. You're nothing but flaming pests. Get lost! Finally, I wiped out the last of them with my awesome spin attack. That does it! Now where should I start looking for those answers? I traveled around the underworld during days 42 to 45, and eventually I stumbled upon an outpost of some sort. Hello? Is anyone here? Out from the tower appeared Death himself, Thanatos.
You don't look like you belong here.
I don't. I'm Bronzo, the god of...
I know exactly who you are and what you are. Have you come to defile us like Hades has?
No, I'm not like him. I'm actually here to learn how to end him. Zeus sent me.
Zeus making you do his dirty work, I see. Well, I may be able to help you, but I'll need to brew a potion.
What do you need? I can go get it for you.
Good. 10 cinder shell shards, 5 undead souls, and 6 goat horns. You can find all these things by wandering around. Careful you don't wander in the wrong area.
All right, I'll be back soon. Going around the nether on days 46 through 49, I looked for any potion materials I could gather. Eventually, I got lucky and stumbled upon some cinder shell turtles. Just what I needed. I attacked them, and they hit me with a flaming bite. They weren't very strong, even with their hard shells. I gathered their shards as I killed them. They were definitely the easiest of the ingredients to get. That's one thing off the list. Undead souls are next. I think I know where to find those. I searched a good while before finally finding the river Styx. I remembered stories of the river trapping undead souls there. However, I didn't just find the river. The guardian of souls, Cerberus, was also there, standing stoically and surveying the area. They probably didn't want another Orpheus incident. I knew I'd have to distract Cerberus to get to the river somehow. Maybe I can take a page out of history and use music to my advantage. I looked around for any lost items from previous travelers and spotted a lyre, likely left by Orpheus himself all those years ago. I took it and began to play while watching the three-headed demon dog. He soon began to fall asleep before knocking out entirely. It worked! Time for some soul collecting. I snuck to the edge of the river, careful not to fall in, and grabbed any souls that floated close to the edge. Once I had enough, I very slowly retreated before the demon dog awoke again. Alright, time for the next ingredient. On days 50 to 53, I stood there wondering to myself where I could find the goat horns I was missing for the potion. I've looked everywhere for these goats. I don't even think they spawn in the nether. Just then, I heard the sound of a goat cry nearby. What the heck are goats doing in the underworld? Must be destiny though. I charged at the goats and killed them one by one until I had 6 horns. I hate to do it, but I needed to. With that, I headed back to Thanatos.
Hello, boy. Returned so soon?
Yes, and I have all the ingredients you asked for.
Good. Hand them here.
I gave Thanatos all the items, and he magically brewed a potion out of thin air.
Drink the potion and you'll find what you're looking for.
Here goes nothing. Bottoms up. I drank the potion and soon after passed out. On days 54 to 57, I began to have a vision of myself in human form. The strange thing was that I didn't remember any of this. Before me stood Hades. We were in the underworld, and he was talking to some kind of huge skeleton. Wait, maybe this is Hades' memory. That's gotta be what this is.
Artemis, I require more of your power. Lend it to me. And for what now, Hades? Have you not borrowed enough? Are you not Zeus's rival in strength?
It is not enough for me to merely be equal. I want to be stronger than Zeus. I want all to fear me. I want to control the overworld.
You're too ambitious, too prideful. You know the price. One day, you will die by your own blood.
By your own blood? Like from a relative?
With the power you give me, that day will never come.
As you wish. I will grant you an army of the undead to use as you please.
Deal!
As Hades laughed, the dream faded away to nothingness. On days 58 to 61, I woke back up. Something was off though. I wasn't where I fell asleep. I was in a bastion remnant, locked up in a cage. Thanatos stood in front of me, with a piglin army behind him. Thanatos, what are you doing? Why am I locked up?
So I can kill you, of course. Or perhaps my army can.
What? You work for Hades?
What are you, dense? Oh, I can't be bothered. I'll let my army take care of you. Piglin army, kill him.
Thanatos turned and rode off, leaving me behind. Get back here and face me! As soon as he was gone, the cage opened around me, leaving me vulnerable to the piglins. Oh boy, here we go again. The piglins began to swarm me. I quickly fended some of them off with my awesome spinning attack. I managed to send some flying into nearby fire and lava, setting them ablaze, but they kept coming regardless. They continued to swing at me with their weapons and hit me with powerful tusks. It was getting to be too much. I needed some kind of protection. Fast! I vaguely remembered my dad making some kind of move that boosted his defense. Rapidly, I tried mimicking what I recalled, and a shield was spraying to life in front of me. Sweet! New power! Now that I had my defenses settled, it was much easier to swap between shielding and attacking. I blocked the hoglin tusks easily with my shield ability, and managed to stab at them all in between their hits. They finally began to dwindle down in numbers. At last, it was down to me and the final piglin. I channeled all my might into the last attack. My spear pierced right through the piglin, and it died, marking the end of Thanatos' army. Now I gotta find that skeleton, Tartarus. On days 62 to 65, I recalled what I had seen in my vision. Tartarus was likely the source of Hades' army and power. I had to destroy him before going back to the overworld. I tried to recall more of what I had seen in my vision, but it was like trying to grab water. I couldn't do it. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a little funny-looking blaze. It was looking at me oddly. Where'd you come from, little guy?
I have something you should see.
It seemed like it wanted me to follow it. Why not? Okay, lead the way. The blaze took me through a twisting route. If I didn't have its guidance, I definitely would have gotten lost. Eventually, we made it to a pit.
Okay, here we are. Bye.
The little blaze quickly flew off. What is this? There isn't anything here, but there's this weird energy flowing around. Come out! I know you're there! Out from the pit emerged Tartarus. He was indeed like the vision, a huge spectral skeleton.
Who dares call on me?
It is I, the god of war, and you're the one who gave Hades extra power. I'm here to kill you.
I knew this day would come, but I'm afraid I'll have to change fate myself.
Tartarus lunged at me with his massive arms. I retaliated with my spear, and luckily I could actually do some damage to the being. He breathed a powerful beam of energy towards me before trying to crush me with his fists. I held my own against the giant despite his strength.
I will not be taken lightly. Die, god of war.
He swatted at me like I was a pest, and it knocked the wind out of my chest. Regardless, I pushed on. His powers were impressive, but he was no match for the son of Ares. Your time has come, Tartarus.
No, I cannot die. No!
Finally, Tartarus fell, and along with him, the powers he granted Hades. I've done it! I'm so close to defeating Hades. Time to go back home. From days 66 to 70, I escaped the underworld back into the overworld. I have to hurry. Things are getting worse. I began making my way back to my base. As I traveled back home, I ran into none other than Taron.
Well, if it isn't a coward, so the rumors were true, you did escape the nether.
I am no coward, and you should have known I would escape. I am a god after all.
I knew something was up when my army wasn't coming to me anymore. What did you do?
Just evening the playing field here. You're going down.
We'll see about that. Come at me, puny god.
We bashed one another with our weapons. He hit me with a slamming attack that sent me flying backwards.
Getting flung away like the pest you are.
You're the real pest. I continued charging and slashing, avoiding his slam attack as best as I could. He switched to a whirling attack with his axe that was difficult to block or dodge. I responded with my own spinning ability, but I was still losing health. As much as I didn't want to leave a second time, I did. I couldn't let Tauron defeat me here, or everything I did would have been for nothing.
That's right, coward. Run away again, wimpy god.
I was humiliated, but glad to still be alive. What I didn't see, though, was Thanatos, watching everything from afar. I made my way back to my base for days 71 to 74 to check up with Shaza and see if she had any intel for me. When I arrived, I found her talking to someone inside. It was Krem. Hello again, Shaza. Krem, what are you doing here?
Bronzo, good timing. I was just telling Shaza about the awful things occurring. It seems Hades' troops have been making advancements on the other assassins' guilds, and they're making their way towards ours next. I saw them myself before I came here to speak with you and Shaza.
That's not good.
As I was just saying, Krem, I'd be more than willing to come and help you fight them off.
No! I mean no, Shaza. You're incredibly strong, but we'll need someone much stronger if we want our guild to survive.
Maybe I can be of help. It would be good training for me anyways. Krem turned back to me quickly and accepted almost too quickly.
Perfect. Thank you for the assistance, Bronzo.
Yes. Perfect. Bronzo, can I speak with you a moment before you go?
Shaza pulled me away to talk outside, where Krem couldn't hear us. What's the matter, Shaza?
It's Krem. I'm not sure I can really trust him anymore.
Are you sure? Why can't we trust him? He's your guild leader after all.
Yes, but he's an assassin guild leader, remember? Also, he's acting much stranger lately, even more so than I'm used to.
I see. Don't worry, it'll be fine. If he does anything weird, then I'm strong enough to obliterate him now. You don't have to worry about me.
Well, I guess that's true. I'm still not sure. But I trust you, Bronzo.
Krem impatiently came to the door, and I turned to him. All right, Krem, lead the way. I followed Krem on days 75 through 78 as he led me to a large rocky shore. I was confused since there was no signs of Hades' legions here, and the only thing before us was stone and ocean. Krem stopped suddenly on an open spot and faced me. Krem, where are the troops you mentioned? He ignored me.
Bronzo, are you truly the god of war?
Yes. What's going on? What are you up to? He ignored my question again.
What happens if you die? You have no heir for the role to pass on to. Will the person who kills you become the next god then?
I'm not really sure. Maybe. I don't really know. But what does that have to do with Hades' minions? Krem's men suddenly emerged from behind some boulders to surround me. Krem, what is this about? What are you planning?
I'm going to be a god.
Krem and his men began attacking. I blocked them with my shield and tried to push them back, but they were stronger than I thought. Krem, stop! I don't have time for this. I have to stop Hades.
Once you're dead, I'll become the god of war. I'll be the leader of all the guilds. They will all bow down to me. Even Hades will submit to my command. Your title is mine.
There was no use reasoning with him. He was mad with power and wouldn't hear a thing I said. His loyal followers were just as mentally gone as he was. I knocked them away from me and shielded myself from their onslaught. They continued trying to chop at me with their axes and slice with their swords. I hurled them away with my whirling ability, but they came running right back. I kicked at them to get them away from my legs. They were beginning to annoy me. Finally, they were wearing down, and I started taking out each of Krem's men until he was the last one standing. I once respected you, Krem. I think Shaza will be a much better choice for the leader of your guild. With a final jump attack, I had defeated Krem. His necklace dropped, so I picked it up. I need to tell Shaza. I guess she was right. I quickly went home and warned Shaza about what happened on days 79 to 84. This is Krem's necklace.
I knew something was off. I'll go and take care of the other assassins, just in case they seek revenge.
That's a great idea. But let's see if you're strong enough to go alone.
I accept this challenge.
The battle began in the base. We went back and forth with blows, but Shaza had one new trick up her sleeve. She upgraded her crossbow, and her aim had improved. She also had a stronger greatsword, so she could have her own version of the spin attack. We tussled a bit, but although she was good, I was better.
I'm still not strong enough.
Are you out of your mind? You're much stronger now, and worthy of respect. I think you can handle all the assassins.
Thanks. Hope I see you around again.
Now to end Tauron. On days 85 to 90, I returned to Tauron's base. I could feel that I was ready to beat him this time. Tauron, the god of war is here to end your cursed reign on the winter regions. Tauron lumbered out from behind his base, cackling.
The last time you came here, you ran off like a coward. God of War, don't make me laugh.
I don't think you will be soon. This time, you won't have Hades' undead army to help you.
I have no need for them. Come now and meet your doom. I won't allow you to escape again.
Tauron charged at me and immediately swung down with his giant battle axe. Luckily, I put my shield up just in time. He was relentless in his attacks, whirling at and smashing everything he could. I equally gave it my all, with my own special moves. I had learned from the best after all. After several more moments of intense battles, I saw the opening in his defense that I needed to land the death blow. With one last thrust of my spear, Tauron went down. I had won, but the battle had left me wounded. Thank Zeus, that's over. As I stood there recovering, I felt a potential energy gather nearby. That can't be good. Hades had appeared. He didn't look upset about the fact that I had just defeated one of his underlings.
Well, you have my congratulations on defeating Tauron, Bronzo. However, despite being the god of war you claim to be, you will not win. Soon you will die, and I will rule the overworld.
I wanted to attack him, but that fight had really taken it out of me. I was too weak to do anything. I'll get you. I swear. You don't have your army to hide behind anymore.
You thought that would get rid of them. You wish. I took most of Tartarus' power when he gave me that army. Destroying him did nothing. Farewell, God of War.
Hades then disappeared, leaving me behind. On days 91 to 95, I returned to my birthplace, Olympus. It looked beautiful, just like I had remembered it being. This is where it all began. I must be the one to end this cycle.
Bronzo, I thought I would find you here.
In a very Zeus-like fashion, he had appeared right behind me from thin air.
Indeed, you must be the one to end the cycle. Hades has gone entirely mad with power.
What are you doing here, Zeus?
It feels like it was just yesterday. I was here with your father, living a peaceful life. I know you will be able to do it, but perhaps you should rescue your friend in the meantime.
Wait, who? Shaza?
Was that her name? Yes, Thanatos has her captive. I believe you will need her assistance to succeed.
Why are we still talking then? Take me there!
That's the spirit. Come along now, boy.
Zeus summoned some lightning that teleported me away. I was teleported by Zeus on days 96 to 98 to where Thanatos was. He was in front of a cage holding Shaza captive, just as my grandfather had said. Shaza was angrily yelling at him from her prison.
You crazy emo freak! I'll tear you to shreds when I get out of here! You wait until I tell Bronzo about this!
Ha! You certainly are a feisty one. I'm death itself. What do you expect to do to me, mortal?
Shaza seemed to notice me just then.
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Thanatos, what is the meaning of this? I walked up to confront him. He didn't seem surprised by my sudden appearance. It was as if he was waiting for me.
Hello, oh great god of war. You're just in time for your end.
Thanatos sent me flying with a powerful blast. I ran at him with a jumping spear attack, and he slashed with his axes, sending out a fury of light moors. I knocked him back too, with my own spear whirl, sending him reeling. Thanatos brought out a new power at that point, leaping up and slamming back down into the ground, causing me to launch into the sky.
It's time for you to stop running from death, Bronzo. Now join your father in the afterlife.
I'll do no such thing. My long life is only just getting started. I had refused the clutches of death for this long. There was no way I would accept it now. I released another onslaught of attacks and brought down Thanatos by my own sheer will.
You actually just killed death.
How the heck does that work?
I have no idea, but I'm glad I won.
Yeah, you and me both.
As I released Shaza, she told me how she had been captured, as well as the information she had overheard Thanatos say.
From what I heard of him mumbling to himself, it seems Hades set up a new fortress for himself here in the overworld. I memorized the coordinates to it so I could relay them to you when I got the chance.
That's perfect! Then I know exactly where to find Hades. Enough fighting his troops. It's time to get to the root of the problem.
Perfect. You take care of Hades. I and my guild will fight off any minions that try to interfere.
Wait! Your guild!
That's right. With Krem gone, I was elected the new leader.
Well, in that case, go gather your people. I need to have a word with them before I go. It was day 99, and time to say goodbye to my new Assassin's Guild friends at the base. Thank you all for coming. Firstly, I just want to say, like the video if you all enjoyed it so far. Subscribe so you never miss another video, and leave a comment on which Greek god is your favorite.
Oh, I think you forgot something.
That's right! Hit the bell to get notified when a video comes out.
You got that right, but one more thing. I have the coordinates to Hades' new hideout in the overworld. It's some sort of massive portal. He's planning on bringing the entire underworld here.
Then I think it's time to finish this fight. I headed off to Hades' new hideout, and when I arrived, it was unbelievable. The portal he made stood hundreds of feet tall and was highly decorated with dragons and knights. When did he have time to build all that? Just then, I was ambushed by some more undead freaks. I fought them off with speed, hoping not to waste any time. I used all my moves I had learned to fight them. They had strength in numbers, but by now I had too much fighting experience to lose. Get off of me! Now that the fiends were dead, there was only one thing left to do. It was finally day 100, and I went to confront Hades. As I arrived at his fortress, I saw him standing there, waiting for me. Hades, I'm done fighting your minions. I've come to the top to fight you and end things once and for all.
How do you expect to kill me when you saw your own father fall at my feet?
I've trained for 100 days to reach where I am today. I'm better than my father ever was. I've dealt with so many of your underlings, you have hardly anything left. Your time to die has come, Hades. The god of war will be victorious.
You think you can kill the god of the underworld? How cute. Let me show you exactly what I'm capable of.
Hades and I charged at each other, both preparing our biggest attacks to unleash at once. He swung his axe to and fro, slicing through the air until he swung down with an explosive force. I channeled everything my father ever taught me, and everything I learned and trained for into a massive spear attack, hitting him dead on. As we clashed, there was a pause where Hades stopped and drew back.
Not so, nephew. Hera. Don't you see that this is fruitless? Join me, and we could be the greatest team to ever walk this world.
I would never. I may be the god of war, but even I know there is a balance. This world needs peace.
Yes. I will bring peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Yeah, Empire of the Dead. I'd rather have no empire and have the world be teeming with the life it deserves.
So be it.
Hades took up his axe once again and attacked. He used his fire beam attack. The embers sprayed everywhere, searing my skin. I didn't have time to care though. I charged right on through to jab at him with my spear. As he took another solid hit, I could feel him getting weaker. I was nearly there. Finally, I leapt up into the air one more time and brought down my spear with all my strength. It was the winning blow. Hades collapsed and crumbled into pieces. But then I felt a strange hot breeze of desert air, and I was transported again into another godly form. Whoa, look at me. Wait, I only have 6 hearts? I immediately began chopping down all the dead wood trees around me. This hurts my hand, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Suddenly, I was attacked by a scarab that came out of the tree. It was small, but it packed a big punch. Yuck! Get away from me, you little bug. I quickly killed the scarab and ate it. Not the tastiest in all the lands. Then, without warning, a desert wolf pounced at me and began biting my limbs. I can't catch a break here, can I? I wanted to fight back, but there was too many of them. I had to run away. How dare you treat a pharaoh like this? I'll be back. I ran into a deserted-looking building and stayed there for the night. On day 2, I made a pickaxe to start mining some limestone. I wonder if limestone tastes like... probably not. Once I had enough limestone, I used it to craft some limestone tools, like a sword, pickaxe, and an axe. These are rad. While I was searching through some of the deadwood crates, I found a bunch of cloth scrap. I wonder what I can do with this. Guess I'll save it for later, just in case. While I was rummaging around, I couldn't help but wonder why I was here. Was I the newest pharaoh? Pharaoh Bronzo. Hey, that almost rhymes. I needed to find some sort of civilization. Maybe then I could get some answers. I set off for a long trek across the desert. As I was traveling, I was ambushed by the pack of desert wolves again. This time, you guys are toast. They were strong, but I was stronger, and I killed them all easily. That'll teach you to mess with a pharaoh. After getting payback on the wolves, I continued walking around when I spotted a group of desert rabbits in the distance. Ooh, that looks like dinner. I chased the rabbits down and killed as many as I could for their meat. Sorry guys, but my tummy's a rumbling. After that, I dug out a nice cave to settle down in for the night, crafted a limestone furnace, and fired up the rabbit meat. Down the hatch! That was tasty. After I finished all of the meat, I grew up into a full-sized pharaoh. Whoa, I have 10 hearts now. This is awesome. On day 3, I continued my search for civilization. Come on, there's gotta be something out here. And I was right. There was an entire desert oasis up ahead. Oases have water. There must be civilization nearby. Excuse me? Hello?
What do you... Oh, excuse me. How may I assist you?
I am the next pharaoh. Take me to your village.
Ha! Yeah, right. There hasn't been a pharaoh in hundreds of years. But I'll take you to my village anyhow. They'll judge for themselves.
Great. Let's go before scarabs get us. On the way to the village, it became dark, and we ran into some skeletons wrapped up in gauze. What the heck are those things?
They are Forsaken. We must fight them if we are to live.
We wasted no time and plowed the Forsaken to dust. Haha! Too easy. Let's keep moving. By days 4 and 5, I had arrived at a village nested in the desert. Finally, civilization! As I walked the streets, I saw the members of a thriving community of Egyptians, each going about their daily tasks and lives. Wow, there are so many people here.
Yes, indeed. When we work together, humans can accomplish great things.
I was brought up to a little stand where my guide showed me how to use a spinning wheel with my cloth to make a linen thread and then a bolt of linen. Okay, but what do I do with this? The guide had me use the linen materials to craft some Wanderer cloth armor. Hey, what's that ringing sound? He looked very concerned.
Barbarians.
Barbarians? What are they doing here? He told me that these barbarians raid the village from time to time, taking the community's resources for themselves. Well, somebody has to do something about this.
Bronzo, wait!
I was already rushing into battle. The villagers put up a decent fight, but the barbarians were as fast as they were strong. I carved my way through the band of barbarians, driving them back and out of the village. Yeah, and stay out! Ha ha!
You are quite the warrior, Bronzo. Allow me to express my gratitude. Please, follow me. I want to show you something.
I was taken to a field of crops and was a little confused. You wanted to show me wheat?
Wheat? No. This is emmer, our main source of food.
I was taught how to use a quern, using the hand mill to grind down the emmer into a powdery flour. Turns out, when you add water to that, you can knead it into dough. We put the dough into a furnace and waited around for a while until a loaf of bread was finished baking. I had to try a piece. Wow, this is delicious! I thanked my Egyptian guide for his help and found a place to rest my head for the night. It was days 6 through 8, and it was time to leave the village. Thanks for everything, guys. I stumbled across a cave system and began to mine some iron. I smelted the iron into some iron ingots and made an iron tool set, such as a pickaxe and a sword. Now I'm ready for battle. Well, I spoke too soon because I ran into a stone warrior. You don't want to mess with me. I'm a pharaoh. I quickly defeated the stone warrior, and it dropped some strange dirty items. Ew. Ugh, I may have to wash these. They might be worth something. After some adventuring, I left the mine and found another village. Oh no, it's being attacked by some undead thing. I tried to help, but it was too late. This undead pharaoh sent everyone into the underworld and then vanished. That's not good. I wonder who that was and what they want. I thought it was a good opportunity to collect some resources from the now abandoned village. Oh, this bed will be useful. On days 9 through 10, as I was searching for a new home, I spotted a small oasis in the distance. Whoa, is that a mirage? No, that's real. As I approached the oasis, I found that it was teeming with plant life. This is the perfect spot for my new home. I started building a small farm and planted some emmer seeds I had gathered. This is a great start. Then I chopped down one of the nearby palm trees for wood. I was surprised to find that a small date fell from one of its fronds. Oh, guess I got a date with this date. That sounded better in my head. I chowed down on the date and it was delicious. I gotta get some more of these. I used the palm tree wood I had gathered and some limestone to start building a small home. I even filled it with palm wood crates, limestone furnaces, and a comfy bed. A house fit for a king, or a pharaoh. After building my house, I went searching for materials in a cave nearby. As I was exploring, I was attacked by a group of tarantulas. Ew, you guys are gross! The tarantulas put up a tough fight, but they were no match for me, and I killed them all with ease. Who's your daddy long legs now? When the tarantulas died, they dropped a bunch of string, so I gathered up some flint from the cave, and was super close to having a working bow to defend myself. Now all I need is some feathers for arrows. Nighttime was approaching though, so I began my journey back home. But as I was approaching my base, I noticed a bunch of creepers lurking around. Oh no, this isn't good. I tried to lure the creepers away from my base without them exploding, but that was easier said than done. Whoa, Nelly. Unfortunately, most of them exploded, and I had to fill up the holes they had made. I then placed torches around my base to deter future mobs, and then hit the hay for the night. On day 11, I had an insane dream. I was in the field of reeds, and someone came before me. It was King Tutankhamun himself. King Tut, is that you?
Yes, Bronzo, it is. There is something I have to warn you about.
What is it? Is someone or something in danger?
It's my father. He's left the afterlife and is creating an army of the undead.
So that's who I saw earlier. How can I stop him?
The thing is, I'm not so sure yet.
I know. I'll become the next pharaoh and gain the influence of the people. Together, we can stop him. I won't let you down. What I witnessed next was pure horror. King Tut transformed into King Akhenaten, and the world went dark and in flames.
Let who down? You've already failed. I've already begun forming my undead army.
I promise I'll destroy you and free all of the people you've cursed. Just then, I woke from my nightmare. I'd better get to work. From days 12 to 15, I was fully awake and determined to get followers. So I went to a village to find villagers to join me. Come on, guys, you need to follow me. No one at the village was listening to me. And somehow, through my anger, I made a sandstorm happen.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I did that. It was all me. The villagers began to talk amongst themselves. I thought I might have convinced them, but no, they still didn't believe I was the new pharaoh. You'll see, you'll all see. That night, I got the chance to prove myself to the villagers, and that was because a band of mummies attacked the village. I was able to kill the rest of the mummies, who were not as easy as they looked. We lost some of the villagers, but at least some of them survived. I then gathered all the surviving villagers and guided them back to the base so we could all start a new life together. As I walked away, I noticed a little serval following me. Hey buddy, are you okay? That's a great idea. Wait, you need a name. I know, I'll name you Snowball. Snowball and the rest of the villagers followed me back to the base. From days 16 through 19, I took everyone back to the base and began making houses. I also started giving out occupations to the villagers. I hope you all enjoy it here. Snowball also needed a place to stay, so I made a tiny cat house. This looks comfy. I went back to the mines to find some iron so I could make an iron tool set and some iron armor. All these tools and armor should protect me well. I discovered combining my wandering clothing with the iron armor, creating desert armor. Now I really look like a true pharaoh. The arrows still needed feathers, so I asked Snowball for advice. Great idea, Snowball. Snowball helped me find some quail in a different oasis. Good looking out. Help me catch some. We were able to kill some quail for their meat and feathers, as well as collected their eggs. I then made an enclosure for the quails and threw some eggs hoping some would hatch. Luckily, a few did. Wow, look at them go. From days 20 through 23, the village was attacked by assassins. How dare you attack this peaceful village? Prepare to die. I tried to fight them off, but it was difficult. One of the assassins even had a bow that could set things on fire. Hey, watch where you shoot that thing. Eventually, I killed the assassins and got Ra's bow. It can set anything I shoot on fire. I should watch where I aim this thing. The villagers were eternally grateful for saving them. No problem, guys. It's what a good pharaoh is here for. They wanted to thank me by making a giant statue of me. By dyeing some linen, they were able to start on the legs. Wow, you guys are far too kind. I'll help with it too. Saving the village from a few assassins was great, but I needed a surefire plan to stop Akhenaten. I better start traveling and finding more clues. Before leaving, a villager gave me a camel so I could travel much faster. Thank you! I'll be on my way now. I was traveling from days 24 through 28, and a wild sandstorm began forming. Where is all this sand coming from? I can't see anything. I hate sand. With all the sand, I started losing my sense of direction, and I got lost. I saw a nearby building and hid for some shelter while the storm died down. I spoke too soon because the building was home to some brigade and nomads. They were not happy with my intrusion and started attacking me. You want to fight? Come get some. I used my new bow to set them on fire, and they died a gruesome death. Haha! Fire beats armor. I was able to leave when I noticed my camel had been slain. No! That poor camel. Poor me. Walking in this desert won't be very productive. Suddenly I was ambushed by more desert wolves. Not again. Wait, take this dusty bone. Luckily, the dusty bone worked, and I was able to tame the wolves. Though some of them just started attacking each other. I guess because they were hurting me? Yes! Now I have a loyal wolf pack. Just then, King Tut reappeared and told me some bad news.
Ronzo, you've come a long way, but the bad news is you went the wrong way.
What? How so?
You should be training, not looking for answers.
Well, thanks for the guidance. And with that, I headed back home. And on days 29 to 33, Snowball began to feel replaced by the pack. No need to worry, Snowball. You're my best friend. I built a little house that could fit all the wolves inside. There, all done. Do you like it? One of the villagers had wolf armor and gave it to them as a gift. They fitted the largest wolf in the pack with a saddle so we could ride him. I mounted the wolf and began to explore. Let's see just how far we can go. During my joyride, a series of mysterious figures arose. Are those wraiths? They were super fast, but 2 hits killed them instantly. And when I defeated them, they dropped ectoplasm. Huh, this is weird, but that was a close one. Nice going, Wolfie. We then found an abandoned village. This place must have been raided by Akhenaten. I looked around and found a Thames bounty, a fishing rod that can catch rare fish. So I found an oasis and spent the rest of the day fishing and got some gold fish, as well as a bunch of tropical fish. On days 34 through 37, I made a beautiful aquarium for all my fish. All the villagers stood around the aquarium, admiring it. Glad you like it, guys. The aquarium reminded me of when I was an axolotl for 100 days and gave me some bad vibes, since Steve kinda locked me up. I never want to be trapped in there again. When I finished being distracted, I noticed a leopard nearby. It pounced onto a villager and killed him. What? You killed one of my people! I fought the leopard and didn't hesitate to kill it. Haha! Run! Suddenly, a lot more leopards came. This battle wasn't over yet. Where are you all coming from? Whatever, you've come here to die. I outsmarted the leopards. Silly leopards, you never stood a chance against Bronzo. The villagers were so impressed with my skills, they all thanked me and gave me a bunch of dates. Thanks for all the food. These might come in handy later. On days 38 through 40, I traveled and found a great pyramid. Whoa, there must be answers in here. I better check it out. As I began to dig, I was attacked by some nomads. Back off, I'll light you on fire. And I did. I lit all the nomads on fire with my bow and remained victorious. Haha, Bronzo! I tried to enter the pyramid, but I had to light torches next to the doors. All of a sudden, Snowball came up to stop me. Well, it would be less dangerous if you went with me. We quickly made our way into the pyramid, but when we got inside, it was really dark. Hello? Is anyone here? I regretted asking that because I was surrounded by wraiths. I should have known. This happens in movies all the time. Eventually, I killed the wraiths. I then continued down to the next layer, which was a maze filled with booby traps. Oh, poison, poison, poison! After going back and forth through the maze, I finally figured it out, eventually finding the room with the pharaoh's sarcophagus. Gotta be careful. This place must have more booby traps. By days 41 to 43, I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that things were about to go bad. I had realized that by placing torches around the sarcophagus, I could release the pharaoh's spirit.
I'm finally free! Thank you!
Can you help me find the right weapon to defeat Akhenaten?
Big mistake.
Cleopatra betrayed me, so I began fighting against her and the mummies she had summoned. Why are you doing this? I helped free you.
All men must die.
She claimed that she wanted revenge for her death. Then take things up with Octavian. Not me, but I prevailed, eventually ridding this world of this now dead beauty. After she died, I gained 10 more hearts. Yes, now I'm even more powerful. I then started looting her tomb, and inside I found Nephi's Banishing, a sword that could double damage to undead foes. This will come in handy against Akhenaten. After looting, I left the pyramid and decided I needed to go back home. On days 44 through 49, the villagers continued on the giant statue in my honor, finishing up the torso and arms. We are almost finished, Your Honor! Thank you for this wonderful gift. I will now continue with my journey. I headed towards a cave in search of diamonds. I need to upgrade all of my stuff right now. I found so many shiny diamonds that I could use for tools. So I quickly crafted a sword, axe, and pickaxe. I then carried them with me and headed out. But when I left the cave, I was met by a lion.
Hello, traveler. I am Shu, the god of the wind.
Then why are you a lion?
I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. I want to challenge you in a race. If you win, I will grant you my speed.
I needed Shu's speed to aid me with my battles ahead, so I agreed to his challenge. All right, you want a race? Meet me tomorrow at sunset. I then headed back home to rest and to come up with a strategy on how to win against a literal Egyptian deity. On days 50 through 53, I practiced my racing skills with Snowball in an attempt to win the challenge. I need to practice more if I'm going to beat the mighty lion. I needed to come up with a strategy in order to beat Shu, when suddenly I thought of a great plan. Aha! I have an idea on how I can win this race. If I use the alpha wolf in the race, then I could be 10 times faster than before and beat Shu. I can't say for now, Snowball. It's a secret, and you'll have to find out tonight at the race. When it was sunset, I rode up on my alpha wolf, and Shu was waiting for me at the starting line. You ready to take this L?
You're racing with a wolf. That's cheating.
How is this cheating? You're a lion, so I can't keep up with you.
Fair enough. I'm still going to win, so I guess it doesn't matter.
The race began. I was in the lead, but all of a sudden, I was ambushed by some bone storms. What the? I thought this was a race, not a survival test.
See you later, loser.
Cheater! Even worse, my wolf got distracted by the bone storms and died. No! You were the chosen one! After everything was settled, Shu felt bad for me and still granted me his power in the form of a necklace. It was a good race. Whoa, I can run so fast now. Look at me. Thank you so much.
No problem. Now, Shu.
That's a good one, Shu.
No, really, leave. I'm hungry and you're looking like a whole snack.
And so that was the last time I'd come in contact with Shu. On days 54 to 58, following my victory, the villagers finished off the statue in my honor, so I decided to surprise the workers. Hey guys, really love what you've been doing out here, and seeing as you've been working so hard, I wanted to give you guys a little something. Some emmer bread and dates for everyone. Just then, King Tut came from the horizon to talk with me. What are you doing here?
I have traveled very far to bring you this. Here, take it.
A map? Where does this map lead to?
It will take you to my father's base. You must leave, now.
I looked across to see the faces of the villagers around me. They looked worried, but I grabbed the map and thanked him. Thank you for bringing this to me. I looked back at the villagers and asked them if any of them wanted to accompany me on this journey.
This mission's going to kill us all. There has to be a better plan.
Deep down, I knew they were right. I couldn't force them to join up on this endeavor. I mean, I totally could, but I chose not to. I'll go by myself. That way, none of you will be subjected to the dangers that lie ahead.
All right, it's your funeral, pal.
The villagers began to work on a pyramid, which would act as my tomb, just in case. This is incredibly unnerving.
It's gonna happen someday.
Is that supposed to be comforting? I became really worried as I started to see more and more villagers plan my funeral, but I knew I must stay focused on my new journey, as it is requiring great strength.
Here, take this camel. It will help you with your long journey.
Thank you. I'll take care of him. I set off on my new camel and followed the map. On days 59 to 62, I followed the map to some spiky mountains, and while I was there, I was attacked by hyenas. Stop laughing at me and fight honorably. After I finished defeating the hyenas, I found a chest with a sign on it. Beneath the monument lies riches beyond my wildest dreams. What does that mean? I opened the chest and found a golden date. I took a bite and wow! This is delicious! I need to find where I can get more. I decided to listen to the sign and looked for an entrance in the mountain. Soon enough, I found a huge cavern. The answer must be in here somewhere. Something was in here, but not what I hoped for. Giant cave centipedes came crawling towards me. This can't be happening. I knew the sign was a trap. Luckily, with Ra's bow, I was able to kill the arthropods. Since I was already so deep beneath the surface, I decided to mine some diamonds while I was there. I'll use these to start making diamond armor. On days 63 through 66, I ran into Ta, the creator god.
What's up, Bronzo bro? Did you enjoy my golden date?
Did I? That was the best thing I've ever eaten. I'd do anything for some more.
Anything you say?
Ta offered to give me more golden dates in exchange for all the diamonds I mined.
Seems like a pretty fair trade if you ask me.
I was hesitant at first. There are few things more valuable than diamonds. Only maybe love, life, and friendship. But who needs any of that these days? You got a deal. Here you go, good sir. I gave Ta all of my diamonds, and in exchange, he gave me Ta's decadence. Whoa, thanks, man. Ta explained how with decadence, mining iron now had a chance of dropping gold as well.
And here's me mum's golden date recipe, a family secret. With this, you should be able to make as many as you like.
Thank you so much, man.
No problem, Broseph. Here, dap me up, barrow style.
I gave Ta a righteous knuckle touch and continued on my way, back home to my village. On days 67 through 70, I found a cave and went spelunking for some gold. Luckily, with Taw's decadence, I was able to get some just by mining iron. This is tubular. I love mining. I spoke too soon though, because I was ambushed by a stone warden. Stay back, you pile of stones. I tried to fight off the warden, but he was far too powerful. He did a ton of damage. Whoa there! I wasn't strong enough to fight him, and I had to flee to save myself. That's it, I'm out of here. I headed back home to make some golden dates. Hello everyone, I come bearing gifts. I gave some golden dates out to my villagers, and they loved them. The villagers were so thankful for the dates that they decided to finish the pyramid tomb in my honor, and it came out amazing. Wow guys, this looks great. I can't wait to die so I can live there for eternity. After admiring the pyramid, I went back to the mines to find some diamonds so I could finish my diamond armor. Score! This should be just enough. While I was down in the mines, I also gathered up some obsidian so I could visit the nether. I ended the day by crafting my diamond armor. Ooh, I look so shiny! On days 71 through 74, I decided to create a nether portal in hopes of finding Akhenaten. We must enter. I need to meet with Akhenaten in order to defeat him. Snowball felt unsafe, but still decided to join me. We entered the portal and immediately felt a wave of heat, hotter than the desert. This place looks terrifying, but we must search through it. Good find! Let's go there! The fortress was filled with wither skeletons, who did not seem happy that I was on their territory. It's about time you guys wither away. How was that one?
That was bad!
I fought them off, able to kill most of them. I searched some of the chests, and inside I found Ra's Step, a ring that allowed me to run on lava. Woohoo! Check me out, Snowball! I can run on lava! Along my journey, I ran into a strider who gave me some great advice. Hey, ugly-looking fella, what are you doing here?
That's so rude. Anyways, I'm a strider and my home has been taken over by some dumb undead king.
You mean Akhenaten? Is he here?
I don't know. Probably. Us nether dwellers wish him to be gone.
Well, have you come up with any ideas? Maybe I can stop him.
I think piglins may be able to help you there. I don't even have arms.
Makes sense. Thanks for the help. My next mission was to search for a bastion remnant, but I couldn't find one. Keep looking, Snowball. Well, what do your cat eyes see? Unfortunately, with all the noise I was making, I attracted an unfriendly ghast. It shot explosive fireballs at us. Oh, no. I got two choices. Hit those fireballs back or run. I've never been good at baseball, so I think I better get running. Let's get out of here, Snowball. Going on from days 75 to 78, Snowball and I continue to explore the nether when I finally found a bastion remnant. I don't want the locals to attack me, so I better make some gold armor. I set down a crafting table and got to work making some gold helmets for Snowball and I. And there we go. Looking spiffy, Bronzo. Oh, why thank you, Bronzo. Just let me have this, Snowball. Just then, I found a piglin. I approached him and asked him about Akhenaten.
Never speak that name again. It rings painfully on our ears.
Every time I say Akhenaten, it hurts you?
Yes.
Okay, I won't say Akhenaten anymore. I decided to ask the piglin to take me to the one in charge. You have a leader, right? Here in the bastion?
Yes.
May I see them?
No.
The piglin forced my hand. I had to use a forbidden strategy in order to continue my journey. Akhenaten! 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 Akhenaten!
Fine. Okay. I'll take you to our leader. Just please stop saying it.
Okay, but take me to your leader. The disgruntled piglin took me to his leader, the mutant hoglin. What do you know about Akhenaten? The mutant hoglin began to tell me the history of the nether.
This place wasn't always like this, you know. We used to call this place the Aether, an expansive paradise that floated above the clouds.
So what happened?
Akhenaten was jealous of the beauty and majesty of this realm. In his spite and envy, he burned it all down.
I asked the mutant hoglin if he could help me defeat Akhenaten, but he refused.
Vestiges of a time that has long since passed. Truth be told, ever since Akhenaten was summoned back to the overworld, life has never been better for us since the calamity. I wouldn't want to ruin that.
Can't you give me any help? The mutant hoglin handed over 8 blocks of gold for me to craft 1 enchanted golden date with. Well, thank you for what you could give. With the golden blocks from the mutant hoglin in tow, Snowball and I went back through the portal, up to the overworld. On days 79 through 84, I woke up to the sound of horror. All the townspeople were frightened. What's going on out here? It was Akhenaten. He had summoned a horde of undead to destroy my village. I killed off as many of the undead as possible, but when I was finished, Akhenaten vanished. Unfortunately, some of the townspeople died, and the village was on fire, but I was able to stop the undead mob. Curse you, Akhenaten! You'll pay for this! Right at that moment, King Tut appeared. Tut, my dude, what are you doing here?
Bronzo, if you want to defeat my father, you'll need to be much bigger and stronger.
But how? I'm running out of time here.
Here, hold still.
Whoa! I'm huge! I could be the next Mr. Olympia! Thanks, King Tut!
Don't mention it. Seriously, I'm not supposed to be doing this.
Unfortunately, King Tut couldn't stick around.
I have to leave again before my absence is noticed. Take care, Bronzo.
I helped the townspeople put out the fires and made the entrance to my home bigger so I could fit with my new size. By days 85 to 89, my window of time to find Akhenaten was closing. I need to find him, and fast! I traveled from village to village, looking for any clues I could find.
Take these diamonds. I can only hope they will be of some use to you on your journey.
Huh? Okay, thanks. What I thought was a one-off occurrence kept happening as I passed through villages. The people showered me with gifts, everything from precious materials to delicious food. Word must be getting around that I'm the new pharaoh. Finally, I'm getting the respect I deserve. One of the villages I passed through needed help. They were having a problem with a husk infestation that kept endangering the villagers. Oh, that's awful. Is there any way I would be able to help? Do you know where the husks are spawning from?
Yes, of course. But if you really want to go, you should take this.
The villager gave me Montu's Blast, a bow that turns my arrow shots into explosions. I went to the area outside the town that the villager told me about and started mowing down husks. Just when I thought I was finished, I felt the sand quake beneath my feet. Oh my gosh, it's a mutant husk! I didn't think the fight would be anything I couldn't handle. Oh geez, low on health, low on health! No matter how many hits I landed, the mutant husk kept seeming to shake them off. That's when I noticed the local villagers were also joining in the fight. We finally defeated the mutant husk, and the villagers were so incredibly thankful, they let me keep Montu's bow. Awesome! Thanks, guys! From days 90 to 93, I was continuing my search for Akhenaten. Far in the distance, over the desert dunes, I found another village. Oh no, that village doesn't look like it's in good shape. I raced into the village that I can now see was in ruins. There was only a few people left, and they looked worse for wear. What in the world happened here? Are you guys okay?
Our village was attacked by raiders. Undead wearing bronze armor.
Were they acting alone?
No, they were led by an undead king of some sort.
Just then, a familiar voice rang out.
Bronzo!
King Tut, boy, am I glad to see you. Do you know anything about this attack?
An attack?
Look around. Everything is destroyed.
Ah, I see. How unfortunate. It seems like you've made the wrong choice by coming here.
What do you mean? King Tut began walking around me, and I immediately felt like something bad was about to happen.
You seriously think that defeating my father was a good idea?
Of course. It was part of the plan, and I needed to defend my people.
Well, my friend, big mistake.
King Tut was acting incredibly strange. I grew with confusion and knew what he was about to tell me was not good, but I had to defend myself. King Tut, I don't understand what you're telling me. Wasn't this your idea?
Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. We'll have to find out.
What? King Tut then pulled out a staff and used it to send the villagers to the afterlife. Stop! Why are you doing this?
You think you can just come here and save everyone?
King Tut was about to send me to the afterlife. I had to do something before he killed me.
You are weak, my friend.
Wait, I have something for you.
Oh, really? Some sort of gift?
Something better. I pulled out my sword as King Tut got closer to me to see what I was about to give him. Then I slashed him across the face. Akhenaten, what are you doing here? Akhenaten grew with rage and began to fight me with his sword.
I will destroy you.
You tricked me. I will not let you get away with this. We battled against each other, and just as I was about to defeat him, he vanished.
Be careful when choosing your battles. Till we meet again.
Hey, come back here! I knew this was only the beginning of my fight against Akhenaten. He was now planning his revenge, and I was determined to kill him. It was days 94 through 96, and I was finally back home. And so I got to work and made that enchanted date that I was putting off. This should come in handy against Akhenaten. Now I was ready to find out where the map King Tut gave me led. I wish I could be home a little longer, but I gotta do what I gotta do. I set out for the desert, and then eventually into a jungle. What's a whole jungle doing out here? Venturing through, I ran into a family of pandas and showed them my map to see if they could guide me. What do you mean I'm nowhere near my destination? Well, thanks for the help anyways. As I was leaving, a tiger attacked the pandas, so I had to intervene. Go find food somewhere else, you tiny tiger. I defeated the tiger and made my way back to the desert. On days 97 through 98, I reached the final destination of the map King Tut gave to me. It led to Montu, the god of war. This reminds me of when I was a god for 100 days, which you guys should watch that video after this episode is done. I had to know why the map led here after all this time, so I asked Montu.
So, you're the new pharaoh. It's about time you made it here.
What's the deal? I thought this map would lead me to Akhenaten.
You are not ready to defeat the great Akhenaten. Plus, only I know how to defeat him.
Well, you have to tell me. This entire world is in grave danger.
You don't think I know that already? Anyways, I'll tell you if you can pass my final challenge. Defeat 100 undead foes before the sun rises.
Only 100? Sheesh, that sounds easy enough to me. I was a little bit wrong. It wasn't an easy task, but I fought through the night and killed exactly 100 undead, just like Montu asked me to. I thought I was going to fail, but then I remembered all the countless lives stolen by Akhenaten, and it pushed me to succeed. The sun is rising soon. I better get back to Montu. When I returned, I showed Montu all the remains I required. He was kinda grossed out.
That's enough proof. I think I'm gonna barf.
Now tell me how to defeat Akhenaten.
You are a worthy pharaoh. The only way to defeat him is by striking him in his undead heart with Nephthys' banishing.
That's it? Super easy. He will be dead in no time.
The hard part will be getting close enough to him. Here's a compass. This will lead you directly to him.
Thank you, Montu. It was time to get back home and say my goodbyes to the village. On day 99, I got back to the village of my people and had to say my farewells. All right, everyone. I will be leaving to finally battle Akhenaten and rid this world of his evil. But before I go, I need everyone to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and comment down below what I should be for my next 100-day challenge.
Etc.
Now I had to do the hardest thing ever. Say goodbye to Snowball. This isn't goodbye forever. I'll be back soon. It's too dangerous. I don't want to take any chances losing you. I then followed the compass, and it took me to the biggest Egyptian palace I had ever seen. It was finally day 100, and I found Akhenaten's base. It's time to face my destiny. I confronted my enemy and peacefully asked him to die again. I mean, it's the circle of life, and it would really help us all out.
I can never die. Not anymore. You should join me. Join me, and we can rule for eternity.
It's not natural for humans to live eternally.
But we are gods.
Not really. I don't want to go into all the technical mumbo jumbo, so let's just fight. This conversation scene is taking too long anyway.
So be it.
We started the battle, charging at one another. It was fast, and I had my trick bows. I also ate my enchanted date and got a bunch of effects from it, but I needed to use Nephthys' banishing to strike him in the heart. However, he kept avoiding my attacks. Can you just stand still?
Why? So you can use your pink sword on me? Never! Eat lightning!
Akhenaten used his powers on me, like shooting bolts of lightning and summoned strange spikes out of the ground. Is that the best you got?
Oh, you have no idea how powerful I can be.
Just then, Snowball showed up and wanted to help. Snowball, this is no place for you.
Ooh, a cat. I must worship you.
Somehow it worked. Snowball distracted Akhenaten and gave me the perfect chance to stab Akhenaten through the back and into the heart. Just then, I felt a creepy sensation come over me, and I was transported into the body of the ultimate Minecraft god.
Where am I? Whoa, I'm a person this time. I was Herobrine, but I was also tiny. Guess I need to find safety. While I was leaving the shrine, I saw someone spying on me. Is that a player? Gotta hide before he attacks me. I tried to hide, but they kept looking for me. All right, run, run, run. The player spotted me running and started chasing me. It's a manhunt. Suddenly, I teleported myself to a beach. Whoa, how did I do that? I wasn't sure why I teleported myself to a beach, but I felt like I had powers that I needed to unlock. Oh, what else can I do? Just then, I saw the player again. Guess I didn't travel far enough. The chase continued, and as I was trying to get away, I double jumped and started floating. Whoa, I can also fly? Being Herobrine meant I had crazy powers, but I didn't know how to control them or what all my powers are yet. I also needed to know why I was summoned to this world. On day 2, I spotted another player approaching me. Oh no, I gotta stay hidden. I started away from my pursuer, and before I knew it, I was flying again. Whoa, these powers are insane. I landed far away from the player I had seen, and knew I needed a way to defend myself from them instead of just running away. So I started chopping trees for wood and mining stone. Before long, I crafted a full set of stone tools. All right, time to start building some protection. In a huge forest, I built a small cabin using cobblestone and wood planks. I filled it with chests, furnaces, and crafting tables. Well, it's not much, but it's home for now. Suddenly, some zombies spawned into the forest. Oh no! Hey guys, I'm kind of like you. I don't like players either. Don't attack me. I guess zombies aren't that smart because they didn't listen. Fighting them off was surprisingly easy though, even though I was so tiny because I had 10 hearts. Yeah, I'm not a weak little baby you can pick on. Take that! After I killed all the zombies, I mined for coal so I could craft torches and light my base. With the threat of mobs gone, I hunkered down for the night. On day 3, I was getting hungry, so I really needed to find a source of food. Maybe a village will have something I can eat. I traveled to a nearby village and grabbed all the wheat and items from the chests. Then, I found some chickens and pigs. I approached the chickens and asked them if they would come with me back to my base. Really? Is it that easy? It seems that I have some kind of mind control powers. I tried it out on pigs and villagers, but with little success. I would have to learn more about my powers and how to strengthen them, but for now, it's just the chickens. I made a little chicken coop and showed them their new home. Sorry guys, but I'm gonna have to kill some of you. Okay, moving on. After killing the chickens, I went inside to cook their raw meat into something that would taste better. After eating the cooked chicken, I grew to a full-sized Herobrine. Whoa, I have 20 hearts now. On days 4 and 5, the player I saw earlier showed up at my base, but this time I was ready for a fight.
I knew I saw someone out there!
I braced for impact for her attacks, but I just teleported out of the way before she hit me.
Rumors are true! He does have teleportation powers!
I can do a lot more than that.
Oh gosh! No! The myths are all true!
I was surprised that I teleported again without meaning to. I tried to replicate it, but it wasn't very successful. Oops! Sorry about that. I destroyed all the leaves in the area. With all the leaves in the forest suddenly gone, I could see some skeletons and zombies that had been hiding under the trees. Let me guess, you guys are gonna be mean to me too. I fought them off, but that didn't trigger my teleporting ability either. Once I killed them all, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Huh? Guess I'm seeing things. Better go. Ah! It was a pig with glowing eyes, just like me. No, I just got spooked. The pig froze in place, and I realized he was actually forced to obey my commands. It was another new ability I had no idea how to control. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, little guy. You can move now, and I promise I'll never control your actions ever again. Well, friends trust each other, right? You want to be friends? Thanks, man. I'd love the company. Hey, what's your name? That's kind of hard to pronounce. How about Hannibal? It was a good day. My new friend and I headed back home together. For days 6 through 8, I extended the base to make a room for Hannibal, and I wanted the base to look like a haunted mansion. So I started turning cobblestone to regular stone, and later I will turn them into mossy stone bricks to make them look more spooky. I like the start of it so far.
Oh, Hannibal. I needed some iron, so I continued the strip mine near the base, and eventually I made it to a cave system. Look at all this iron and coal. While exploring the cave, I ran into some cave spiders. I was able to overpower those spiders, killing them both.
However, their poison took away my extra hearts.
I picked up the string the spiders dropped to make a bow, and then dug up gravel to find flint for some arrows. Now I'm ready for some ranged fighting. While I was still in the cave, I had the sudden urge to dig out 2x2 tunnels all throughout the cave. I guess to leave my mark, so that everyone knows Herobrine was here. By days 9 and 10, I had lost track of time, so I decided to head back to the base. Man, flying makes this a whole lot easier. I used the iron I mined to craft some iron tools, a helmet, and some boots. But just as I finished, I heard a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? To my surprise, it was Steve. Steve, what are you doing here?
I have been contracted by Mojang to delete you from this game.
Delete me from the game? What are you talking about? Without any words, he sprung into action and attacked me. I tried my best to defend myself. I flew above him and was able to get a lot of sneak attacks. I held out long enough for Steve to call off the fight.
Mark my words, after I get a few mods from Jeb, you're finished. Time to brush up on my Swedish.
Steve was hired by Mojang to delete me? But why? I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't understand what exactly was going on, but I understood that I needed to get stronger and discover how to better use my powers. Maybe I should meditate here on the beach to focus. Suddenly, a sand pyramid appeared in front of me in the water. Where did this come from? Did I do that? Now I had more questions about my powers and what all I could do. On days 11 through 13, I traveled to a jungle to collect some more materials for my base. But as I walked, I couldn't help but feeling I was being watched.
Hey, where you think you're going, freak? Stop being such a wuss and face me like a man.
Another player? Why won't you just leave me alone? I started running faster than my normal sprinting speed, and eventually I lost him. I'm learning about Herobrine abilities every day. Thanks to my burst of speed, I reached the jungle faster than I expected to. I met a tiger at the tree line who was guarding her territory. I wonder how you're gonna stop me from just running past you. I took off, expecting to outrun her, but it didn't work. I had to fight her to gain entry to the jungle. She was fast, so I had to use all my cunning to overcome her. I did it! With the tiger defeated, I was able to freely explore the jungle, so I sheared some vines while I was there. As I was exploring the jungle, I discovered a hidden temple. I broke all the traps and took the treasure. It was some gold, as well as collected up some of the mossy cobblestone to use for the base. With the spoils gathered over the past 2 days, I began my journey back home.
From days 14 to 17, I traveled back home, but I ran into the same player from earlier.
I got you now.
What do you want with me? Why are you people chasing me?
It's like a game does. Everyone's trying to catch Herobrine on their screen.
Wait, this is live?
Yeah, I got like 4 followers. What do you...
I could feel the power flowing through me as I made the streamer disappear. What just happened? Where did they go? I couldn't focus on it too much. I was feeling too tired, so I gathered some sheep from a village to get wool. Hey, would you mind coming back to my base? I'm going to use the sheep to make carpet for the mansion, and I dyed them blue and dark blue to get started on the Herobrine statue. Y'all are so colorful. You're welcome? I went back to the mines to find more iron, and then finally crafted an entire set of iron armor. All this excitement sure has made me sleepy. I went to bed for the night, happy with all the work I have done so far. But for day 18, I went into a deep sleep and dreamed that I was visited by Notch.
Herobrine, you should not exist. You are just a fan-made creepypasta, nothing more.
But I do exist, and I'm growing more powerful every day.
This worries me. You are not supposed to be in the files, and I can't get rid of you. I am scared of what you may become, but I have no power here anymore.
Now that Microsoft owns Minecraft?
Don't remind me.
He tells me that I should be careful, and that Steve will stop at nothing to have me deleted, since he has direct orders from Bill Gates himself.
I will remain neutral in this conflict, for I think it is funny that you exist, but it may be for the best that you are deleted. Good luck, Bronzo, or Herobrine, I don't know what to call you.
The dream then faded away, and I was more determined to stay alive than ever. I must harness all of my power if I want to continue being in the game. On days 20 through 23, my base was being attacked by creepers. Aw, man, I have to keep them away from the base. I led the creepers away and into an area that I didn't mind getting blown up too much. Take that, and that. Eat arrow! In the leafless forest, there were so many creepers. One by one, I took them down. With the creepers slain, I collected the gunpowder they dropped. Hey, this gives me an idea. I went to the beach and collected some sand, which I combined with the gunpowder to craft TNT. I went back to the mines and gathered more redstone, and I ran into some spiders as well. Oh, can't let this go to waste. I fought off the spiders, and all of a sudden, my extra hearts came back. Yes! Awesome! I can feel the power flowing through me! I set all sorts of traps around the area of the base, using the string and redstone to make arrow traps, as well as a TNT trap with a pressure plate. Now let's see if any of these actually work. I searched for any player in the area, and when I found one, I let them chase me through the forest.
Hey, get back here!
I also set off one of my own traps to confuse them and make them fall for the other one.
What's this?
Yes! They actually exploded! Look at them die! On days 24 through 28, I heard something outside my base. Ugh, it must be one of those players again. Wait, Steve? I watched him as he disassembled one of my traps. I couldn't stand for this. I readied myself for battle. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, hey there. You might want to be careful. I've gotten a bit stronger since we last met.
Suddenly, Steve transformed into a monstrosity I'd never seen before.
What do you think? I'm Blaze Steve now!
I dodged his fireballs by teleporting while slowly wearing him down with my sword. He was definitely stronger than before, but still not enough to defeat me.
Fine! I'll get even stronger than I am now! I'll kill you one day, Herobrine. Mark my words!
My name's actually Bronzo. Nah, whatever. I needed some more arrows after the fight, so I headed over to my chicken enclosure to get some more feathers. All right, guys, who's going first? Whoa! Your eyes are glowing too! I felt such a connection with this sweet little chicken that I couldn't kill him, no matter how badly I needed arrows. His friends with regular eyes, however, sorry boys, I need feathers. I also tended to the sheep, shearing and feeding them so there would be plenty of colorful lambs. On days 29 through 33, Hannibal and I continued expanding the base, decorating it to look more like a mansion, replacing wood with stone bricks and using dark oak. It might be wishful thinking, but what if I find more creatures with eyes like mine? I gotta have rooms in case they want to move in with me. I was proud of my work, but I wasn't done yet. If Steve was going to make good on his word and come back stronger to fight me, I needed to be ready. So I went mining for diamonds. I found enough to make a sword and a pickaxe. Oh yeah, strong enough tools to take down Steve and obsidian. When I emerged from the cave, I was surprised by another player. Stay back. They attacked me. My fists turned red and I punched them, somehow setting the player on fire. I felt bad for hurting them, but I was also a little proud that I discover another hidden power. How many more did I have? Also, I ended up killing the player. I am Herobrine, whatever. I felt bad hurting them, but I needed to get rid of them. But I was also a little proud of what I discovered. On days 34 through 37, I wanted to search for more answers, which meant leaving the base unguarded for a while. Hey Hannibal, can you take care of things while I'm gone? Well, you can subscribe to the channel with notifications on. We just passed 850,000 subscribers, and I'd love to get to 1 million. Thanks, buddy. Off I went, but I wasn't sure exactly what I needed to do or where I needed to go. I tried testing my powers, but all I could manage to do was fly. At least the view's pretty. I ran into some Endermen, which I fought, hoping it would awaken my powers. Come on, fire punch, teleport. Why can't I do anything? After killing all the Endermen, I decided to meditate. While I was relaxing, I suddenly turned all the dirt around me into stone. Well, that's weird. I guess I can manipulate blocks while I meditate and fly whenever I want, but I have to be near players to use my other powers. To test my theory, I searched for anything that resembled a player's base. Eventually, I found one, and it was pretty cute. Aw, they must have good taste. Let's see what kinds of valuables they have. Ooh, a bucket of water, lots of fish. What's this? A diamond helmet with thorns too? Score! I waited around in case a player came back home, but they were taking a while. So as I was about to leave, the player walked in, and I suddenly teleported teleported all the way back to my base. What the? How did I do that? On days 38 through 40, I felt like the area surrounded my base needed a little sprucing up. Once I cleaned out an area near the beach, I began working on the Herobrine statue. I figured I'd start from the ground up this time and just make a general framework to come back to later, starting with the legs, which were pretty easy because they're just blue jeans. I knew these giant legs would attract attention. I better make some traps around here so no one tries to grief it while I'm gone. After setting up some traps, I went back home, but on the way there, I ran into a wolf. Whoa! The wolf stared at me for a very long time. Nice doggy. In an instant, the wolf's eyes began to glow. What? I didn't even mean to do it this time. Come with me, I guess. I made a doghouse for my new friend. What should I call you? Oh, I know. I'll call you Cerebus. For days 41 to 43, Steve came back ready to fight.
This time I'm gonna harness the power of one of the strongest mobs in the game.
Steve turned into a Steve Golem.
How do you like me now?
Dang, you hit hard! I noticed that he still attacked like a golem though, so I towered up 3 blocks and hit him from above. You can't outsmart Bronzo. I hit Steve enough that he finally yielded.
This isn't the end, Herobrine. I'm gonna get more powerful.
Sure you are. I knew Steve was gonna get stronger, so I needed to get some more protection. So I went mining for diamonds again. Finally! This takes forever to find. I headed back home and made a diamond axe and diamond leggings. This will help for now. I wanted to continue practicing my powers, so for days 44 through 49, I went searching for more players. This looks like a place a player would live. I started looting the base, taking all their food and riches. Is that a bow with multi-shot? Oh yeah, it is! Just then, the streamer who owns this base showed up, and I teleported to another room.
Wait, where'd he go? Give me back my stuff!
They opened up the door to the room I was in. Boo! I continued teleporting from room to room, messing with the streamer, until they started shooting fire arrows at me. Are you so dumb to think I can't dodge arrows?
You hear that, chat? This guy called me stupid!
Somehow, I then turned all the wool blocks into TNT, and as soon as he was about to fire the fire arrow, I teleported out of the base to watch the place blow up! What a sight to behold! On days 50 to 53, I thought it was about time to hone in on my powers and abilities. The first thing on the docket was the teleportation. If I could get the hang of that, the remaining half of this challenge will be turbocharged. This should be a good spot to practice. I took a deep breath and focused on being at my base. When I opened my eyes, I was standing next to my bed. I didn't have much time to celebrate though, because I heard this horrible squealing noise from out back. Hannibal? Oh no, Hannibal! My pig was being attacked by another player. They must have slipped in while I was gone.
Oh my gosh! What's happening?
It appears as though the other infected animals have a fraction of my powers. It was time I tested this out, so I took my chicken friend over to the woods. Go on, just do your thing. It took a while, but the chicken focused its energy and made all the trees disappear in the area. Whoa, you're crazy, just like me. While journeying home, I discovered that Cerebus, my dog, could teleport to my side if he gets too far away. Amazing. Oh wait, all dogs do that. Oh yeah. On days 54 through 58, I went out searching for more animals who had similar powers to me. When I was out on a prairie, I met an infected horse. Hey there, I feel like there's a connection between us. Do you feel it too? Well, too bad. I'm gonna make you love me. The horse threw me on the ground over and over, but eventually I tamed the beast. Haha! I told you you'd be mine. I rode the horse home and built him a nice stable next to the doghouse. What do you think? This is way better than that random field I found you in. After the horse got settled in, I built the shirt part of the statue. It didn't look quite right yet, but adding more colors would help a lot later on. After that, I tried to train my teleporting abilities more without having any players around. All right, envision the base. Envision the base. Suddenly, I appeared back at the base. Whoa, I did it! I could do anything! Then I teleported back to the player's base that exploded earlier and found him still alive.
What the?
Oh, okay. Yikes. That guy's not happy. For the days of 59 to 62, I continued decorating the base. I placed down carpeting, as well as more mossy stone and dark oak planks to make a new room underneath the base, which is going to be my new library, as well as brewing area. So I placed down some barrels and furnaces just in case. Next, I just need some books. So I traveled to a village and started stealing all of their books. Don't mind if I do. I then got to work on making my library look like an enchanting room. Now it just needs an enchanting table. I went mining for some diamonds, lapis, and I mined up a lot of obsidian. You'll never know when you need this. I got back to the base and used the diamonds I mined to finish up my diamond armor set, as well as made an enchanting table. Now to make my stuff magical. I placed down the table and got to work, mostly getting protection and thorns for the armor, knockback and unbreaking for some of my tools. Yes! Experience boost on my axe. Great. Awesome. Love that. After all of that, I stepped outside, and there was Steve waiting for me in the field again.
This time, you're going down.
He then turned into a ghast Steve. These just get weirder and weirder. I dodged some of his fireballs. He was getting a bit stronger now, but he acted like I'd never fought a ghast before. You realize I can fly too.
Oh, dang it! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!
Finally, Steve gave up and flew away. Yeah, you better run. On days 63 to 66, I wanted to make potions, but didn't really know how. After a little bit of research, I learned that you need blaze rods and powder to really get brewing. I grabbed some of the extra obsidian I had laying around and built myself a nether portal. Once the frame was finished, I was a little nervous. The nether is super dangerous and could easily end the challenge right here. Okay, Bronzo, you can do this. Let's go! I lit the portal up with flint and steel and hopped in, but nothing happened. It didn't work. Hannibal told me that because I was Herobrine, I was incapable of traveling to the nether. Are you sure? I was going to have to find another way to get these items. So I searched for a witch's hut, and when I found one, I threatened to delete the witch from the game if she didn't give me the blaze rods.
Well, you're welcome to try, little man.
Why you? I tried using my powers on her, focusing all my energy into it, but nothing happened. And then she just laughed at me again.
You know what, little man? That little display of impotence right there made my day. I haven't laughed like that in years. Here, I'll just take them. I'm not using them right now.
I took the blaze rods, not really knowing how to feel about what just happened. She also handed me nether wart. Thanks for the help, lady. I guess. On days 67 through 70, I got back home and crafted 2 brewing stands. Time to brew some potions. I started with simpler potions, like fire resistance and potion of strength. While I waited for them to finish brewing, I headed to the Badlands to get some terracotta for the Herobrine statue. All right, here we are. Oh no, gotta battle these things. While I was searching, I ran into some husks, and I decided to take the opportunity to train in fighting. You guys aren't a challenge at all. Take these arrows. I love having multi-shot. I finished them off, and then started gathering the terracotta. These colors could work for my head. Too bad there aren't blues and purples for my clothes. I took my materials back home, and when I arrived, I saw that my potions finished brewing. All right, now I can use these in my fights to stay safe from fire and grow my strength. For days 71 through 74, I used the terracotta I gathered to build the head and the arms of the Herobrine statue. This took a long time, but it's a good thing Hannibal and I can float. It's almost complete now. I just need a few more colors. Afterward, I meditated on the top of the statue, but my concentration was broken by a voice approaching the base.
Aha! I found it!
Ugh, not this guy again. I teleported down to keep him from ruining my base, and maybe scare him a bit too so he doesn't come back. You shouldn't be here. I then teleported us both high into the air and watched the player fall to his death. My powers grew even more. I turned day into night, and just then grew an extra row of hearts. Soon, I will be all-powerful! From days 75 to 78, I remembered that the witch knew about my power and wanted to learn more from her. I traveled to her hut, but she wasn't home. Hello, witch, you here? I came all the way here for nothing. I headed back home, but I heard a commotion coming from a village on the way, so I stopped to see what was happening. Huh? Why is everything on fire? There was an infected villager who was flying around and setting the whole village on fire. The villagers ran from house to house, terrified of him. Hey, it's okay. Look, I'm just like you, so you can trust me. I don't know, but I found other creatures who are infected too. If you come with me, you can meet them. Nobody's mean to us at the mansion. We just hide out in the forest together. Eventually, the villager calmed down and agreed to come with me, so we headed home together. Sorry about all the fire, guys. Once we arrived, I built a room for my new guest and filled it with things to make him feel at home. Don't sweat it. We're all family here. Between days 79 and 84, Steve showed up at my base again. He claimed that he would definitely be able to take me down this time, and he transformed into a Wither Steve.
This time, you're going down.
I've got more tricks up my sleeve than you know, Steve. I drank my potion of strength and readied my sword. When Steve attacked me, Hannibal rushed to my side to help me fight him off. The potion made my attacks more than twice as strong as they were before. You'll never defeat me, Steve. No amount of training is going to overpower me and my friends. Steve surrendered, but his pride had taken a few hits during the battle.
How can someone like you defeat me? I was programmed by the greatest creator of all time!
Before Steve left, he said he had one final plan to finish me once and for all. I'm not too worried. Are you, Hannibal? Hannibal and I cleaned up the statue, repairing any damage from the fight. After that, I planted a carrot farm for him, since he'd just been foraging for food this whole time. When I was done, a hungry rabbit came out of the woods, sniffing the carrots. Hey, those are for my friends. But here, you can have one, but leave the rest alone. The rabbit took the carrot I gave him, and then also became infected. Whoops. I guess you're one of us now. I wanted to continue on the statue for days 85 through 89, but I had no idea what to do for the eyes.
I have an idea.
Oh my gosh, where did you come from?
It doesn't matter. You should use sea lanterns to make the eyes glow like yours.
That's a great idea.
I know, I came up with it.
While I had the witch with me, I asked if she knew how I could get stronger and control my powers better, but she told me that she only knows magic, and my powers come from a virus in the coding of the game.
So, yeah, I have no idea how to train you. Sorry, but I do have these.
She gave me snorkels. These will help me breathe underwater while I'm fighting the Elder Guardians.
You also need a lot of milk, and I mean a lot.
So I set off to find a village and milked as many cows as I could find, except for one. You also have glowing eyes. You should live with me at my base, with all the other infected animals. The cow then teleported away. I guess he already knew where to go. Now it was time for me to find this ocean monument. So I got to an ocean, made a boat, and set sail. As I was at sea for days 90 to 93, I realized that I couldn't see the ocean floor while in the boat. So I put on the snorkels and had to swim.
This looks more like floating.
I had to float.
Wait, you can hear me?
Don't think about it too much.
Okay.
Anyway, as I was floating, I ran into some drowned who started attacking me. Take Diamond Sword, you stupid sea monkeys. I took them all down, since I was a lot faster than them. Bronzo always wins. Well, there was that one time. Just continue on with the scene. Finally, after searching so much of the open water, I found an ocean monument. All right, let's get those sea lanterns. As I approached, the Elder Guardian already gave me mining fatigue, so I drank some milk to get rid of it. Can't outsmart me. When I found the Elder, the fight started. I was able to get a few hits in, and then drank more milk, then hit them some more, repeating this process until I successfully killed all the Elder Guardians. Now time for my treasures. I gathered up the sea lanterns, sponges, and the gold blocks. Now with all these riches, it was time to head back home. On days 94 through 96, I expanded the base's storage by adding a treasure room filled with my new loot from the monument. Man, I'm glad I made this extra room, otherwise I'd have nowhere else to put this stuff. When that was finished, I put sea lanterns on the eyes of the statue to make them glow. Looking at it made me feel so powerful. I wanted to make the ultimate weapon. What kind of weapon would only be worthy of being held by Herobrine? I was struck by inspiration and headed to my mine, digging down as deep as I could. Bingo! Time to get some bedrock for the most epic sword ever! I managed to dig up 2 blocks and crafted it into a sword. All I needed was a player to test it on, so I teleported one to me.
Whoa, where am I? Wait, is that sword made of
bedrock? That's right. Welcome to the last fight of your life. He would have put up a decent fight if he was fighting any ordinary player, but against me, he didn't stand a chance. My sword cut right through his armor and killed him.
Yeah, I'm unstoppable!
By days 97 and 98, it was time to finish the statue. I went in and added little details for texture and clothing folds. Blocks like concrete powder, terracotta, and other types of wool, as well as a few other things to try to match the colors as closely as possible. I really like the way it turned out, and I hope everyone watching does too. I was admiring the statue when Alex showed up. Alex, what are you doing here?
Trust me, I don't like this any more than you do. It's about Steve.
She told me that Steve had gone off the deep end. Defeating Herobrine has been the only thing that he can think about.
When he came back home after your previous fight, he was furious. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. This was all that was left behind.
She handed me a map to where Steve wants to do the final battle. Why are you giving this to me?
Because you're the only one powerful enough to stop him. Please, do this before he hurts himself.
It was time to go face Steve. I said goodbye to all my friends at the base. I also told them to like the video, as well as subscribe to the channel if they haven't already, and comment what mob I should be for my next 100-day challenge. And with that, Hannibal and I set off to find Steve. On day 99, I ran into the witch again.
Bronzo! I'm so glad I found you! The guards of Steve's fighting area are very strong and not ones to mess around with. Here, take this potion. It'll heal you when the time comes.
She gave me a potion of regeneration and one for Hannibal. Thank you. These will aid us in the battle.
Good luck. You're gonna need it.
We continued our search and we finally found the arena, but the witch wasn't lying. There was this huge pink Steve being ridden by a smaller pink Steve, guarding the place. You ready, Hannibal? We rushed in. I took the big guy while Hannibal flew around attacking the strange little men running around. We can do this, Hannibal. We are a team. We fought hard and they had great defense, as well as an army of weird-looking Steves. The big Steve had strong attacks, but we were able to defeat both of the pink Steves. Now, the moment we've been waiting for. Now it was day 100. Hannibal and I entered the fighting arena.
You think you can stop me? Well, say hello to my little friend!
Steve pulled out a bazooka that shot out other Steves. He's gone mad! Quick, kill the clones! I took the ones on the left, while Hannibal took the clones on the right. Together, we were able to take them all out, using our fire punches and amazing evasion skills.
You think that's my only trick? Get a load of this!
Steve then turned into a monstrous Steve and wasted no time on attacking me. How are we supposed to battle this thing? You're right. Hey-ya! The giant pile of Steves had great punches, explosions, and would spawn out little mini Steves. I had to use my healing potion to keep up, but after a long battle that seemed evenly matched, we were surprised by the entrance of another.
Stop!
Jason Martinson, the CEO of Mojang? What are you doing here?
I have had enough.
He then waved his hand, and I started to disappear. No! I don't want to go! Wait, I'm alive! Where am I? Is this another server? Yes!